Today and tomorrow, we will hear from each committee's chair and ranking member on their respective biennial funding requests. I'd like to thank each of them for their work and for taking the time to meet and discuss with us their budget priorities. As in previous Congresses, testimony will be used to draft an overall budget resolution that sets funding levels for each committee. The resolution will ultimately be considered by the full House. This committee has worked to find the right balance over the years, and our goal is to do so again for this Congress. And as with each and every other committee that comes before us, the Committee on House Administration is also tasked with planning and prioritizing our budget resources to effectively and efficiently carry out the House's business and to achieve our strategic goals. I want to thank Mr. Brady and the staff of this committee, as well as all of our House committees, both Republican and Democrat, who worked together in a very timely and cooperative manner to organize the information to be presented to this committee. I now want to recognize my friend and colleague, Mr. Brady, from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Mr. Brady.
Let me begin by thanking you, Mr. Chairman, for having these hearings and for working with us on our own committee funding. I was pleased to co-sponsor the funding resolution for this committee. You gave us our full third, and we worked very well together on our own internal operations. You lead by example, Mr. Chairman, so I appreciate our partnership. My focus on these hearings will be on making sure that the minority has access to the funds and people to do our job. In some committees, that is a traditional one-third, two-thirds split. In other committees, a variation of that theme. Protecting minority rights is the most important part of this process for me, and I look forward to hearing from our colleagues over the next 2 days. Again, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Brady. Mr. Davis, any opening comments or statements? Sure. Then we will be in recess for just a moment because we're waiting on. Yeah, we are now waiting on the ranking member for the Committee on Natural Resources, so we'll begin that just momentarily. The committee will come to order, and we are honored to welcome the chairman and ranking member of the Committee on Natural Resources. And would the official reporter please enter a page break into the hearing record to begin a new section? The House Committee on Natural Resources is tasked with oversight of American energy production, mineral lands and mining, fisheries and wildlife, public lands, oceans, Native Americans, irrigation and reclamation. So welcome to Chairman Bishop and Ranking Member Givalva. The chair recognizes Chairman Bishop for 5 minutes.
All right, thank you, committee, for the opportunity of being here to do our budget requests for the 115th Congress. First, before I ask for the requests, I want to simply review how we used the money that you gave us last year. During the 114th Congress, we had 138 oversight and legislative hearings. We did 8 field hearings, 14 markups, 118 bills went through the committee, 73 passed the House, and 28 were signed into the law. That, as far as I'm concerned, those bills not only were important to our members, but important to their constituents, and I think actually helped the American public go along here, despite some of the obstacles we had in getting them passed. To continue this work in the next Congresses, in the next Congress, I'm requesting a 2.5% budget increase for 2017 and 2018, based on the authorized levels for the 114th Congress. Like the majority of our budget, as I suppose every committee is devoted to personnel. And this request is helping us to retain and attract professional and knowledgeable staff to assist in the areas that are extremely diverse, as you mentioned at the very beginning. And one of the things that surprised me as I took over the chairmanship is simply how wide our net of our committee actually goes. We also are already experiencing some movement of our staff positions within the new administration. I certainly hope the administration doesn't rob from our staff to house and to staff their agriculture and interior committees, but they would be stupid if they didn't. So we need that flexibility coming in there. I also want you to realize that more than half of our committee members, including the newly elected members, are from the western states, which means our travel expenses will always be increased, especially as we decide to try and broaden our interest and have field hearings. By definition, field hearings brings lawmakers closer to the people and the issues that are being heard. So during the 114th Congress, for example, we had field hearings in New Mexico, Maine, Colorado, Florida, Utah, Nevada, Louisiana, Long Island, New York, and that's just a few of the locations we went to. These hearings are important for transparency, to maximize the public's awareness, actually to maximize legislative awareness of the situations that are going on. So during my first term as chairman, our budget increases reflected funds dedicated primarily to members and to their staff travel. We think we were economically in the use of our resources to support an increased presence throughout the United States, and we expect to have, once again, with our diversity of issues as well as the geography from where our members live, have greater expectations than we did in the 114th section. At the end of the last Congress, the committee initiated a reorganization of its information technology strategy. This included the hiring of an entirely new IT staff who are focused on modernizing community software, house-supported storage options, cloud services, and ensuring the security and accessibility of committee data. Today's budget request will ensure these issues are appropriately addressed this Congress to maintain and improve operations and equipment necessary to handle the committee's frequent hearings, publications, and other needs. And I really wish I knew what the hell I said in those last 2 paragraphs, but we're working on it. We have had and implemented efficiencies. Our hearings are now almost paperless. If I can get all my members to file their amendments on time, hint, hint, we will be totally paperless in what we're doing. We've successfully negotiated subscription renewal rates that are lower than offered costs, and we've even moved from bottled water to filtered water in the office, something of which I'm not really happy, but we've done that. So in sum, the committee has made a concerted effort to use our budget conservatively while maintaining a well-organized operation. We want to maintain that in the future, and I thank you for your time. I look forward to, well, it says I look forward to answering your questions.
Well,
if you don't have any, I'll look forward to
effort.
it.
Thank you for that impression that you did, Chairman Bishop. We'll now recognize Ranking Member Grijalva for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman Harper and Ranking Member Brady. Thank you, members of the committee. I'm pleased to join with Chairman Bishop today to ask for your support for the Natural Resources budget request for the 115th Congress. While Chairman Bishop and I have on occasion had some vigorous debates in the Natural Resources Committee, I agree wholeheartedly with this presentation of the budget facts and the value that a fully funded committee can provide the House and, for that matter, the American people. I fully support the Chairman's stated request of 2.5 budget increase each year for a total of 5% for the entire duration of the 115th. I think it'll keep our staff capacity that we have now, although I am not confronted with the same problem that Chairman Bishop is. The administration is not coming readily soliciting any on our staff on this side of the aisle to go work for them, so I predict that we'll have a very stable personnel in our side of the aisle. Nevertheless, I think travel is an important issue, particularly out in the West. The members that have joined on our side are also almost entirely Westerners, and the need for field hearings and the need to be able to, particularly in the West, visit the sites, the locations, and the areas in which both there is opportunity and conflict, and deal directly with people there, I think requires a more robust travel budget than we have presently, and I think the Chairman addressed that in his comments. With that, let me concur with the Chairman's comments and prepare to answer any questions the committee might have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ranking Member Grijalva. Appreciate the presentation from both of you, and I'll now recognize myself for 5 minutes for any questions. As you look at your budget requests, Chairman Bishop, what are you anticipating to be different in the 115th than it was in the 114th as we look at this?
Not a whole lot different in what we're trying to do. It's just the scope of what we are attempting to do is going to be different. As we mentioned, or as you all mentioned, we have a huge, in fact, it's surprisingly the number of areas that we have to go through. So our committee deals everything from Puerto Rico to Saipan, and it deals with a third of the landmass of the United States. I wish we didn't do a third of the landmass, but we do. We deal with water issues, we deal with Native American issues, we deal with insular issues, we have to do with energy issues, and all of those come into play, and I've probably forgotten something along the way here. It also means that when we do our field hearings, which I think are extremely important to make sure that we are transparent and make sure that people have a chance to be heard, as well as getting that input from people, we have, I think, excessive travel needs that some other committees simply don't have at the same time. And especially, as we said, most of our members actually are from the West, which means their travel expenses will be more just from the get-go. So it's our effort to try and expand that. As I said, the expansion we did last year was basically in doing more hearings and doing travel. What I'm looking for the bulk of the money that would be increased here today is to maintain that effort to get out in the country and let people see what we're doing and let us learn from those people, and also to maintain our staff. I think we have a funding level of about 69. We are close to that, if not, but once again, it presents the problem because we have such a wide area of topics that we discuss. I need to have professional staff that understand that. It's not easy to shift somebody from Committee A to Committee B because the topics are totally different. And so having staff that actually knows what's going on is extremely important, and that's where the bulk of the money goes. So I think those are the two areas in which we're looking at the expansion, both in the ability of getting out to do the hearings, as well as to maintain a staff, which I think will be in some kind of flux.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I will now recognize the Ranking Member, Mr. Brady, for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I only have one question to the Ranking Member. I want to know, I have to be on record that you're okay with the financial situation and you have the finances that you need to do your job, your committee to do its job?
I'm, as the financial breakdown has been the past custom and practice in this committee, I think that division is fine. We've lived with it. We've worked with it. Opportunity to do more. I think this committee will face and will be challenged by what is happening at the administrative level regarding energy production, what is happening regarding public land, and as such, the request for additional support, I think, is appropriate insofar as, while we might have, the chairman and I have different oversight goals and different perspectives of some of the issues we'll confront, for the minority to be fully staffed to carry out our agenda is important, and the breakdown presented by the chairman meets the need as it is currently, and an increase would be tremendous, but at this point, the 5% over 2 years would keep us going.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Brady. I will now recognize Mr. Davis, the Vice Chairman of the committee, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to grant Chairman Bishop's wish. No questions.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Lofgren. No questions. I assume that we're fine with the 2/3, 1/3, that both of you are comfortable with that continuing?
Yeah.
Okay. With that, we thank being here
Resign,
with
maybe
us.
not comfortable, but
Well, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks for the work that the committee does. We'll look forward to reviewing this request. Thank you. The committee now welcomes Chairman Walden and Ranking Member Pallone of the House Committee on Energy and Commerce. Would the official reporter please enter a page break into the hearing record to begin a new section? The House Committee on Energy and Commerce is tasked with oversight of digital commerce, consumer protection, technology, energy, environment, and public health policy, and many other subsets of those. Chairman Walden and Ranking Members Pallone, welcome. And the chair now recognizes Chairman Walden for 5 minutes.
Well, Mr. Chairman, it's a delight to be before you and Mr. Brady and other members of your committee today. We come here thankful for the opportunity to make our case and look forward to any questions you may have. I'm grateful for this opportunity to testify before you today on the Energy and Commerce Committee's budget request for the 115th Congress. My committee has previously provided you with a formal request, so my testimony will be brief. Let me begin by expressing our deep appreciation for the resources that you provided to upgrade our primary committee room in the last Congress. 2123 Rayburn is back in action, and the high-tech upgrades are being put to good use, and we don't have electrical wires that are frayed or audio systems that don't work. So thank you for all of that. Every committee has felt the pinch of budget cuts these last 10 years. Our total allocation is over $4 million down from what it was in 2009, $4 million less than what we were spending in 2009 through 2016. And that's in static funds, not taking into account higher costs across the board due to a decade of inflation. With an eye toward fiscal responsibility, but fully acknowledging the significant work ahead of us in the 115th Congress, Ranking Member Pallone and I developed a budget that we believe is a realistic assessment of our coming needs. We request a 5% increase over what we were allocated last Congress to add a limited number of key staff positions. All of these additional funds would go towards staffing needs. To be most effective, we need to continue to attract and retain experienced staff. First-year associates at K Street law firms receive salaries of at least $160,000 a year, Mr. Chairman, as you probably know. Most, if not all, the business before the Committee on Energy and Commerce requires the expertise of individuals with experience in their fields: telecommunications and technology policy, energy and environmental law, healthcare, and rigorous oversight and investigations ability. If lawyers just out of law school are getting $160,000 a year, you can imagine what experienced professional staff and counsels can earn. That's the competition in the marketplace that we face, Mr. Chairman. While our goal should not be to match K Street salaries, this is public service, we must acknowledge the realities of the market and adjust our compensation structure accordingly to attract and retain those interested in public service. Beyond staffing needs, we also need to help to effectively address some of the most complex and far-reaching issues before Congress in the coming months. A few thoughts on our agenda, if you would. While Energy and Commerce is always busy, last Congress we held 185 hearings and we held 47 markups. We expect this Congress to be even more demanding. Regardless of who's in charge, our committee's responsibility on health care issues requires an increased investment of member and staff time and resources. The E&C Committee has an aggressive oversight and legislative schedule that includes acting soon to reauthorize the expiring FDA user fee programs. There are 3 of those. Reauthorize the Children's Health Insurance Program, and reauthorize the country's community health centers, and oversee implementation of 21st century cures. There's no doubt that health care will be a key policy issue for us. Other issues on the agenda in which we intend to invest significant time and resources include the following: energy environmental infrastructure. We intend to answer the President's call to address the infrastructure crisis by moving bipartisan legislation through our committee. We'll look at all areas of infrastructure in energy, including nuclear, pipelines, and modernizing the grid. Our goal is to put the consumer first, create jobs, and invest in America's infrastructure and innovation. Cybersecurity, we all know the threat there. Privacy, encryption, data breach are all high-profile areas for this Congress and this committee within our technology jurisdiction. Working with stakeholders, the committee intends to examine and address the threats and opportunities present in each of these areas. When it comes to communications law, for the first time in decades, the committee intends to move telecommunications reauthorization bills. The modern world needs modern regulatory structures. We intend to reauthorize the communications agencies, some of which have not been reauthorized since the 1990s. As my predecessors from past Congresses have testified before you, there will be areas where Frank and I agree and areas where we may disagree on policy. But to properly serve the American people, we agree that we need additional but modest increases in our committee resources. Again, I thank the committee for the opportunity to come before you and testify and make our case, and of course be more than happy to answer any questions that you all might have. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate that. The chair will now recognize Ranking Member Pallone for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Harper and Ranking Member Brady, for the opportunity to testify before you in support of our committee's budget request. And I want to thank Chairman Walden and his staff for working with me and my staff in putting our proposal together. As Chairman Walden said, we may disagree on policy, but we certainly agree on this proposal that's before us today. I'm going to try not to be repetitive of what my chairman said, but you know, coming out of the 2016 general elections and off the first 26 days of the Trump administration, it's really easy to foresee how extremely busy our committee has been and will be if we're really going to engage and conclude on a very robust legislative and oversight agenda. For starters, our majority has indicated that our committee obviously is looking at, is a primary actor in the debate surrounding the Affordable Care Act. And the 5% funding increase is necessary to ensure that Americans will continue to have affordable health care coverage. To finish the complex task, it's going to take a lot of skilled committee staff as well as new hires to work with regard to this whole issue of the Affordable Care Act in its future. A funding increase will also greatly assist our committee in reauthorizing vital FDA programs like the user fees that are coming up for reauthorization, the children's health insurance, which comes up, CHIP, in September, and all the telecommunication issues that Chairman Walden mentioned, as well as energy and environmental priorities. I think it's a modest funding increase that we've asked for. Many of our staff, as the chairman mentioned, have considerable specialized healthcare, telecommunication, technology expertise, but it's very easy for them, as you can imagine, to command salaries that are double or triple what our committee would be able to pay them. I think it's already happening, and I think it's going to accelerate that, we're going to see K Street and the lobbying industry going after our staff, and some of them will probably end up leaving because of the salary, that they can command. So of the $4 million, of the total budget, 95% of our budget is allocated to higher pay and support our staff. So we're really just talking about staff here, Mr. Chairman. Again, I don't want to repeat a lot of the statements that Chairman Walden has made, but I really think that this is a relative modest increase given what we face. In the last few weeks, we've had many days when we've had 2 or 3 hearings, we've had markups, and so this is just an indication of what's to come for the rest of the 2-year session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ranking Member Pallone. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for questions, but having the privilege of serving on this committee, I have better knowledge of the inner workings than I will over some of the committees that may come before us today and tomorrow. And the work is very important. This committee touches so many different areas of jurisdiction, and it's important to our country, and appreciate the work that both of you are doing. I assume that we're good with the 2/3, 1/3, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we are. We've, I think, always had that in place. We certainly have it in place now and intend to going forward.
And it appears that much of what this increase would go towards staff retention as much as anything, whether it's filling new positions. Is it more for filling open positions or more for retention?
It's a bit of both,
Okay.
because we do think we need some additional resources. It's within our cap of total FTE. We're not fully up to that level. But we need some additional resources to deal with the complexity and volume of issues we'll be working on. So it probably would be a couple of additional staff. But also, this retention thing's real, as you know, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, and as far as any field hearings anticipated by the committee at this point?
We've been somewhat limited on our ability because we frankly kept the money more in terms of the staff. But we would like to be able to get out. We think that's important to do, to get out across the country and hear from Americans where they live, as opposed to the select few that can come back and testify. Sure. We also, Mr. Chairman, would like to thank this committee for its work to get us into the 21st century digital age. So we have the new technology now where we can use telecommunications to reach out and hear from people, and we will. But there's nothing like being there in person, as you know.
So, but we have the technology now to do at least virtual field hearings.
That's true, and we will do that.
All right, that's great. I thank both of you, and I'll now recognize Ranking Member Brady for 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to thank the chairman and ranking member for being here, and you already asked a question that I would ask our ranking member. He's satisfied with the 1/3, 2/3. You're getting what you need to get, and we appreciate that. We appreciate the cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now recognize the Vice Chairman of the committee, Mr. Davis, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry I walked in late and missed both of your opening statements. I'm sure fantasy sports were addressed, Mr. Pallone. So I apologize if I did miss that and your eloquence. And Mr. Walden, great conversation this morning about this hearing today, and I really appreciate your comments. And I want to know, though, do you have the resources to fulfill your oversight responsibilities adequately in this budget request?
In the budget request, you'd always like to have more, especially when it comes to oversight. Our committee has a wonderful bipartisan tradition of doing oversight hearings, whether it was going after Peanut Corporation of America when they poisoned people with salmonella, leaving 8 dead, to the Enron hearings, to you name it. And I think it's important, regardless of who's in the White House, to continue to do aggressive oversight over programs and policies of this government. We are a separate and equal branch, and it's our intent to look at programs and policies and things that haven't been reauthorized in a long time, root out waste, fraud, and abuse wherever it is. That's part of our mission, and so frankly, we don't have the oversight staff we used to have, and certainly Mr. Dingle had when he was all-powerful chairman of this Energy and Commerce Committee. We have a very talented staff, but we came knowing fiscal constraints of the federal budget. We come to you with this 5% increase in our authorization, our appropriation.
I just had one more question. As you put this budget request together, is there anything that you would like to do more on your committee that your budget request does not allow you to do?
Well, frankly, I think we can always do more on the oversight side of things. I was the ranking member of the Oversight Subcommittee. I know the value of its work to inform our policy efforts. That would be good. We recognize the importance and complexity and controversial nature of our work on health care reform, and so we do need to staff up there a bit more. And we're very excited, frankly, about figuring out how to create jobs through infrastructure expansion. And so in our energy and telecom world, both of those can play key roles, not only in producing jobs, but also making sure we break through unnecessary barriers. So, I mean, if we had more staff, we could do more work. There's certain to that, and we will do a lot of work. But again, we didn't want to over-ask, frankly, but this would certainly help us.
Can I ask the vice chair? You know, I should mention that we didn't bring up the fact that we have jurisdiction over gaming, but you opened the door. So, and it's true. I mean, there really is a need for more oversight and more attention to the gaming industry, whether it's fantasy sports, internet gaming, or whatever. So, if you give us more money, then we can do some more oversight into that as well.
And we promise not to go gamble with it.
Yes, we won't go to Las Vegas.
The ranking member and I have a long-standing joke between each other about fantasy sports, so it's always good to have good humor in these hearings. So thank you both very much. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Davis, and I want to, yes, and I'll now recognize Mr. Brady for
I'm
follow-up.
sorry, Mr. Chairman. I would be remiss if I didn't thank the Chairman Weldon because of him and through the transition years ago, and I appreciate him coming and having a conversation with me, we were able to have hearings not interrupted, but before 12 o'clock, and I don't forget that, and I appreciate that. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
And also, as a final comment, I want to just thank your committee for its emphasis on cybersecurity issues. I think that is certainly something that deserves that emphasis now and certainly in this year and years to come. And thank you for your hard work and thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We appreciate it.
The committee now welcomes Chairman Royce and Ranking Member Engel of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs. Would the official reporter please enter a page break into the hearing record to begin a new section? The House Committee on Foreign Affairs is tasked with oversight over the Department of State, USAID, the Peace Corps, and the United Nations. It has been tasked with considering legislation regarding the diplomatic community and disarmament issues. So today we welcome Chairman Royce and Ranking Member Engel, and the chair now recognizes Chairman Royce for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, the legislation, the sanctions legislation that we've passed on Russia, on North Korea, on Burma, on Sudan, that has come out of the work of the committee which I chair and which Mr. Engel is the ranking member of. And we appreciate the chance here to tell you about the Foreign Affairs Committee work, Chairman Harper and Ranking Member Brady, because we feel that this has become vital, especially in light of events that are unfolding. We also know that we're very productive when we're working together. And I think it's very fair to say that we've been very productive. This last session, we had 24 bills become law, Democrat, Republican, members on the committee, members off the committee. But looking ahead, there are some areas here that we have to tackle now. And one of them is reauthorizing the departments and agencies under our jurisdiction, which you just mentioned. The State Department needs to be reorganized and reauthorized, and so does USAID, and so does international broadcasting, and we need to get that up and running now. And to do that, we need staff to do it. And in point of fact, we've cut the budget of this committee some 25%, and then upped it up a percentage point a couple of years ago. But the reality is that for our slots, we have many positions that are not filled. And nearly all of the funding authorities within our jurisdiction need to be reauthorized. And we now have an attitude in the Senate where they want to work with us to get that done. And so if we don't get it done, it's bad for the committee, it's bad for Congress, it's bad for the departments, and bad for our interests abroad. And I think all of the members here understand the consequences of that. Many times, we've been in a position here this last year where we've made progress. We got a mini state bill signed into law. We've authorized and reformed the food aid program. We've abolished a dysfunctional broadcasting board of governors, but we're moving forward with what we replace that with in terms of the BBG. And we need to, in terms of our broadcasting into Eastern Europe, into Russia, into China. And we do all of this in the bipartisan way with Mr. Engel's support. And now with a Senate, and we've teed this up so that we think the administration or the new Secretary of State will be in support of these efforts. I think we can do a great job here, and that's our goal, because the world's a mess. And frankly, it's going to take more manpower and women power to do this. It's going to take filling some of those slots that have been held vacant. Our budget is $1 million less per year than it was in 2012. So it means we have, for example, if you can imagine this, we have one staffer who has in-depth sanctions experience, and he is the staff member that we work with to have passed the bills that we have passed on Iran, on North Korea, on Russia, on Burma, on Syria, on Venezuela, on Cuba, and on Sudan. And he also is the individual that we work with to provide the Armed Services Committee in passing its huge NDAA. As you know, we have a major role in that. So we process dozens and dozens of provisions for that bill. And we also have the same staff member covering Israel and the Palestinian situation. Now, I could go on in other areas and share the same challenges that we face, but I'll save you that. What I will say is that we have great people, many who haven't had a raise in 4 years, people who have left in part because of the circumstance of the workload, and we're less effective, frankly, than we could be. And for these reasons, I respectfully request that our current budget be increased 7% in the 115th Congress, and this increase would be used to fill 3 of my 7 vacant positions, and Mr. Engel would make his decisions. And Chairman, ranking members, we do face grave national security challenges, including right now Iran, North Korea, and Russia, and we'll continue to focus relentlessly on these threats. But we are also trying to advance our economic, humanitarian, and so many other interests abroad, and we need the capacity to do that. So I thank you very much for considering our request. I don't make this request lightly, but out of a sense of responsibility and optimism about what the two of us together with our 45 committee colleagues can accomplish. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the Chair will now recognize the ranking member, Mr. Engel, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman Harper, Ranking Member Brady, members of the committee, thank you for inviting both of us to testify today. I would like to, first of all, add my voice to everything that Chairman Royce has just said. I've always believed that foreign policy should be as bipartisan as possible, that partisanship should stop at the water's edge. And over the past 4 years, Chairman Royce and I have established a very productive and close working relationship. We've worked together with members on both sides of the aisle at a consistently fast tempo to address an unprecedented number of foreign policy challenges and crises around the world. Our staffs, our respective staffs, work together. That's the kind of atmosphere we have on the Foreign Affairs Committee. We often, Ed and I like to say that we believe that we are the most bipartisan committee in Congress. And foreign policy needs to be bipartisan. So we do share our staffs to some degree. I can pick up a phone and call any one of Ed's staffs and people, and he can pick up a phone and do the same with mine. And that has enabled us to do a lot of things with a minimal amount of money. We've been very productive. In the 114th Congress, the committee passed 24 bills that were signed into law on issues ranging from food security to human trafficking to promoting good relations with the nations of the Caribbean. We passed the State Department Authorities Bill, which we hadn't for a long, long time, and it included critical provisions on embassy security, and we held hearings on a wide range of critical issues, including the fight against ISIS, Russian aggression in Ukraine, Iran's nuclear weapons program, North Korea's development of weapons of mass destruction, and many others. And even in this time of great political polarization, I think we and our staffs can continue to get a lot done for the good of the country and the world. But given the massive challenges we face around the globe, our ability to keep pace with international threats and opportunities has been hampered by significant cuts to the committee budget. In 2013 alone, our budget was reduced by almost 12%, the highest percentage cut sustained by any committee. And we think the Foreign Affairs Committee should be increased, not cut back, given all the problems we have in the world. And in the 2 years before that, before the 12% cut, we were cut by 5% and 6%. In 2014, we were pleased to get a 1% increase, but that still leaves us well below where I think we need to be. And Ed and I, we have wonderful staffs that try to do their best, but you know, when you don't give people raises, they leave, you lose the best people, and it's really not fair and not conducive to us doing what we need to do in such an important realm, foreign affairs. So these cumulative cuts have made it more difficult to hire and retain experienced committee staff to help us navigate the many complex national security challenges that confront our nation. It has also complicated the efforts of the committee to conduct effective oversight of the State Department, which is what we should be doing, oversight of USAID and other agencies under our jurisdiction, and to craft legislation authorizing these institutions. So I strongly support the chairman's request for a 7% increase in the committee budget. In this time of great change, both at home and abroad, this would begin the process of rebuilding the capacity of the committee to more effectively meet our responsibilities. So I thank you again for inviting me to testify, and I look forward to answering any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ranking Member Engel. And thanks to both of you. Such an important committee and the work that you have to do. Great responsibility. So I'm going to now recognize Mr. Brady for any questions he may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to the ranking member, I heard your testimony, and I would assume that the funding is 1/3, 2/3, and you're both in agreement with that?
Yes, Mr. Brady.
And one other thing, I hate to disagree with my dear friend and ranking member, but I believe that me and the chairman here would not agree with you with the fact that we have the best nonpartisan committee.
Well, if you'll give us an increase, we don't mind being a close second.
You can tell we have diplomats on this committee, including the ranking member.
Well, now we'll recognize the Vice Chairman of the committee, Mr. Davis, for questions for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member. You know, reauthorization of programs has been a major issue for the organizational task force that I serve on outside of this committee. You know, can you, I know it's brought up, but can you specifically address what's the likelihood of reauthorizing the State Department programs under your
Highly
jurisdiction?
likely.
Highly?
Because of the attitudes now of our counterparts in the Senate. They would like to go forward and do precisely that. And I think there's broad-based bipartisan support in the House and Senate for us to do this reorganization and do it now. But to do it, we've got to have some additional staff to handle it, to say nothing of the fact that, as I explained, we also need personnel with some sanctions expertise here besides the one individual we have. And we're going to have that authorizing expertise for the State Department and USAID. I think we all agree we want to do that as well. And in terms of our counterterrorism, Middle East issues, ISIS, again, we need the personnel. We need personnel. And so we don't need a lot of bodies, but we need some. And that's why this increase after this experience of having a 24% reduction, we've got to ramp up enough to get this reauthorization through and handle these other issues.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Now recognize Ms. Comstock for any questions she may have. Mr. Loudermilk, any questions that you may have? Okay. I want to thank you both for coming. We recognize the need, and we have a constitutional responsibility to make sure that the legislative branch is indeed a co-equal branch of government, and we want to make sure you've got the resources to do your job, so we'll look at this request.
Well, I thank you for that note, Chairman Harper, and I thank Ranking Member Brady. I think that's exactly right. We've got to be a co-equal arm of government, and I thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Also, Mr. Chairman, you know, I was thinking of ad-libbing exactly what you said. I think all of us feel so strongly that a lot of, through the years, I've been here now 28 years,
Yes, sir.
and we've seen the eroding of legislative branch power. In large portion, it's because of cuts and things like that. But the State Department, I mean, they need to be monitored. We need to play a very important role in that, and everything else as well. So I thank you and Mr. Brady. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. And on a personal note, Mr. Engel, as the only member who has a child with Fragile X syndrome, I want to thank you for your work as being the co-chair of the Fragile X caucus, and thank you for that. It means a lot. Thank you both.
But you do most of the work, so, yeah. Okay, thanks.
The committee now welcomes Chairman McCall and Ranking Member Thompson of the Committee on Homeland Security. Would the official reporter please enter a page break into the hearing record to begin a new section? The House Committee on Homeland Security has a responsibility to provide oversight for the Department of Homeland Security. It has also been tasked with protecting Americans from potential terrorist attacks, as well as cyber attacks, and securing the borders. I want to welcome Chairman McCall and Ranking Member Thompson, and the Chair will now recognize Chairman McCall for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Harper. Ranking Member Brady, I think it goes without saying that Homeland Security issues have never been more relevant or timely or threatening. And thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the work and goals of the committee. Please be sitting next to Ranking Member Thompson, who has been a great partner over the last 4 years in a bipartisan spirit. I'm proud of the work the committee has done the last 4 years in a bipartisan manner. In the last Congress, we passed 89 bills, passed 88 on the House floor, responsible for 32 public laws, despite our jurisdictional issues, and held almost 90 hearings, 19 markups, and produced more than 30 reports. The 114th Congress was the most productive legislative Congress the committee has ever had. In this Congress, the committee will again focus on counterterrorism efforts, both at home and abroad. We are still a nation at war. In 2016, nearly 1,000 people were either killed or injured in terror attacks in Western countries alone. Jihadists are being radicalized online and being urged to attack what they call the kuffar, the non-believer, in their own backyard. This committee will play a vital role, as always, in keeping Americans safe in the coming years. In the 114th Congress, much of the legislation was used in response to the attacks in Paris and Orlando and Brussels. We also focused on the border, and we will focus on it heavily this Congress. Our borders remain insecure, are a matter of national security. We need to put in place a multi-layered defense system that drug cartels and terrorists can't get through and slip through the cracks. This committee also needs to do our part to defend our digital frontiers. We are fighting a silent war in cyberspace with unlimited fronts. Nation states, criminals, hacktivists, and terrorists are infiltrating our networks. Some want to embarrass us. Others are seeking to copy our innovations, steal our intellectual property, our nation's secrets, and acts of espionage and cyber warfare continues to be a real threat to the United States, and also the threat to undermine the very foundation of our republic. Unfortunately, I think the enemy is winning in this space, and we've got to get serious about playing defense and respond in a way that will make our adversaries think twice about doing it again. Last but not least, we will finally reauthorize the Department of Homeland Security. Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, the Department of Homeland Security has never been reauthorized by Congress since its creation. That is something I want to change. Since the 9/11 attacks and their creation, it's never been reauthorized. What we put in place was an MOU with 7 other committees of jurisdiction and their chairman, led by the majority leader and the speaker, and I'm confident that this long overdue responsibility will finally be accomplished. We'll be able to provide the department with the congressional direction that it has lacked in the last 15 years. This MOU was a result of a leadership-backed process and was submitted as an extension of remarks under the Speaker's signature in the congressional record. Our authorization effort will address all the issues I've outlined previously, and also waste, fraud, and abuse, as well as streamlining, consolidating offices within DHS. In order to ensure that we will be successful in this effort, we have spoken to other committees to gather some of the lessons learned, how to avoid common pitfalls. And what we learned, which was no real surprise, is that this will be a significant legislative lift. We have already hired 1 full-time dedicated staff to lead this effort. This staffer has more than 15 years of experience in the House and significant experience on legislative and parliamentary matters. Due to the urgency of this effort, we took a leap of faith and hired her before we finalized our budget in 2017. This person is spearheading the reauthorization effort, which includes working with leadership, outside stakeholders, and other House and Senate committees. We would also like to hire dedicated staff to work solely on the budget aspects of reauthorization, something we do not have expertise currently. Therefore, the committee is asking for a $300,000 increase in our annual budget. As the majority, we will spend our portion of this $200,000 on the reauthorization effort. The remainder will be at the direction of the ranking member and minority staff as to how best to spend this in support of the reauthorization. Again, this will be a significant challenge for us, but if the department is never reauthorized, it will never have congressional direction, it will never have the imprimatur of the Congress, and we'll be abdicating our responsibilities as a separate branch of government. With that, I want to thank you, and I appreciate your time and consideration. I look forward to a productive Congress.
Thank you, Chairman McCall. I'll now recognize my fellow Mississippian and ranking member of Homeland Security, Congressman Thompson.
Thank you very much, Chairman Harper and Ranking Member Brady and members of the committee. I might add, Mr. Chair, you look mighty fine as chair. I'm pleased to be here to support the funding request submitted by my partner on the Committee of Homeland Security, Chairman McCall. Last Congress, the committee was enormously active. In the 114th Congress, the committee conducted 90 hearings, including 6 field hearings, and held 19 markups, 59 member briefings, and 3 site visits. That was a 70% increase in the number of CHS advanced bills considered by the full House over the previous Congress. Ultimately, we advanced nearly 90 measures to the House floor and succeeded in having 40 enacted into law in some form or fashion. With respect to oversight, we had great success, particularly with respect to identifying efficiencies in DHS headquarters operations and improving operations at TSA and CBP. Another oversight highlight was the bipartisan work undertaken by the Task Force on Combating Terrorist and Foreign Fighter Travel. As we look to the next 2 years, there's an expectation that the committee will be heavily involved in preparing and advancing comprehensive authorization legislation for the Department of Homeland Security. Congress after Congress, jurisdictional barriers have prevented the department, the third largest federal agency, from being reauthorized since it was established in 2002. The closest this committee has ever gotten to fully authorizing DHS was a decade ago, in 2007, when the House approved comprehensive legislation that I authored. With this Congress, Chairman McCall executed an agreement to advance a package with the chairman of 8 other committees with jurisdictional claims in the Homeland Security space. I compliment him for that. I'm not aware of it being done in quite a while. As you know, jurisdiction is the holy grail in this institution, so I compliment him on that. This important undertaking is expected to be resource intensive. As such, the committee is seeking $300,000 in increased funding. Of that amount, $100,000 is necessary for committee Democrats to fully participate in the DHS authorization process. By approving our budget request for the 115th Congress, you would be helping Congress carry out its constitutional responsibilities to oversee the executive branch. Specifically, by doing so, you would be ensuring that CHS has the resources to translate our oversight findings into legislation to help the department mature and succeed in its vital mission of securing the nation from the many threats we face. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to answering any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ranking Member Thompson. So we've already voted an extra increase just because you were so nice when you started out there. So, but I thank you both for the great work that you do, the way that you work together. Even when you disagree on policy issues, you've exhibited a good working relationship. We're thankful for that. You know, one of the responsibilities we have is a constitutional responsibility to remember that we are a co-equal branch of the government, and we punish ourselves sometimes. As you look at what our funding levels historically have been on this committee, you're still way under what we were, you know, probably back 2007, 2008 levels. So we recognize you've gone through this and looked at it. We want to make sure you've got the resources to do this very important authorization of DHS. That's just not an easy undertaking. And so we want to make sure you're equipped to do that. With that, I'll recognize Mr. Brady for any comments or questions he may have for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that the ranking member ought to answer my question, but for the record, I need to ask that you're okay with the financial 1/3, 2/3 agreement that we've always had?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's it.
Now recognize the Vice Chair of the committee, Mr. Davis, if you have any questions.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, do you feel that your budget request allows you to perform your oversight responsibilities up to a level that you would be comfortable with?
Well, we would always welcome more from this committee, but we were trying to be realistic in terms of our staffing for the reauthorization. I think this committee will be very active this Congress with so much on its plate. You know, the executive orders that have come out with respect to, you know, the building of physical barriers, to the travel restrictions, to the counterterrorism efforts, to the cyber mission. It is going to require intense oversight to make sure that the administration gets it right. So I think, as the chairman mentioned, you know, we're probably still pre-2007 levels.
Yeah.
With what I consider to be the most important mission under the Constitution is providing for a common defense. As I look at the homeland, I just met with the outgoing National Security Director of the FBI and talked about the threats as he sees it going out of office. And unfortunately, they're still alive and well. And the homeland is still very much at risk. And it is difficult, given the current resource situation, to do our job adequately to provide that kind of oversight, which is essential. Again, we were trying to be, I think, realistic in our request, but certainly would welcome any additional funding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Chair will now recognize Ms. Comstock for any questions that she may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would just like to reiterate your comments and my interest in seeing, particularly, we had Foreign Affairs before and now with Homeland, that you all do have the sufficient resources in this very dangerous time. So I appreciate that as a former staffer and the need for you to have your staff there, and also given the competition that I know certainly on the majority side we're having with probably staff getting stolen from other areas, I think it's important that we make sure we have adequate resources for you all. So thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize Mr. Loudermilk for any questions that you may have, sir.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman McCall, thank you for the testimony, and let me commend you on the staff. After serving on your committee the last couple of years as one of the most dedicated and loyal staffs and knowledgeable staffs of any of the committees we have in the House, and that's commendable. That shows your leadership as well. It is extremely important that we make sure that we're well-staffed, and I'm excited about the reauthorization. I think it's something that we have to do. My question would be is, after a hopefully successful reauthorization and budgeting, what would be the plan for these two staff positions? Would you reallocate those to work on other things, or would you go back to the previous staffing level?
Well, we want to model this authorization after the NDAA model, which is really an annual authorization. Now, that's a very, high challenge to my committee,
right,
and our committee. But I think if we've, that is, I think, the model. And if it's done on that basis, I think it really fulfills our responsibilities under the Constitution, under Article 1, to exercise our proper role. I think too long we've ceded this authority to the executive branch, regardless of party. And I think it's time that Congress steps forward on this issue. So I don't see these two staffers going away and doing, we could always, they could always do help in other functions with the committee, but this is not going to, this will be a full-time effort on an annual basis.
Okay, thank you. No other questions, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Again, thanks to both of you. Also want to commend you on the emphasis that you've had and will have in this Congress on dealing with cybersecurity issues. So we look forward to hearing back from you. Thank you.
Thank you.
The committee now welcomes Chairman Nunes and Ranking Member Schiff of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. Would the official reporter please enter a page break into the hearing record to begin a new section? The House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence is tasked with the oversight of the United States intelligence community, which includes the intelligence and intelligence-related activities of the following 17 elements of the U.S. government and the military intelligence program. It's an unbelievable list of responsibilities that you have to provide that look into and oversight for. So I want to welcome Chairman Nunes and Ranking Member Schiff, and the chair now recognizes the chairman for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and hopefully I don't take all the time, but I do want to just kind of briefly run you through what we do on our committee and why we've asked for such a large increase. And just to put it in perspective, in 2016, the committee received less funding than we did in 2002. Since then, an entire new superstructure of the intelligence community was created by the Intelligence Reform and Terrorism Prevention Act. The continual increase in the size of the IC has stretched the ability of the committee and staff to conduct vigorous oversight demanded by the current security environment. Today, the committee serves as an exclusive House oversight body over the intelligence community's 17 agencies and authorizes more than $70 billion a year, which is more authorizing power than most committees have. Unlike most committees, the Intelligence Committee passes an annual Intelligence Authorization Act, which requires significant dedication of staff resources. This is independent of the staff resources needed to conduct day-to-day oversight work. The committee also serves as a venue for all House members to learn about sensitive intelligence programs. This, again, requires significant staff to and resources to educate members that are not on the committee in the committee spaces, a service typically not provided by other committees. For instance, this year alone, the committee staff has individually briefed approximately 100 non-committee members on a specific classified intelligence reports. Additionally, the committee faces continual pressures from other committees to review bills in areas of shared jurisdiction. In order to respond to other committees in a timely and effective fashion, the committee requires numerous lawyers familiar with the intelligence community and its unique mission. The committee currently only employs 5 lawyers, that's Republicans and Democrats, 3 of whom who are dual-hatted and perform other policy-related work. Just in comparison, most committees have dozens of lawyers, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. Under the direction from the Speaker, the committee has a significant domestic and international travel requirement to conduct oversight. In the 114th Congress, committee members and staff traveled more than nearly all committees in Congress. This is especially significant considering the size of the committee. Although most committee travel does not have a budget impact, it does take staff resources. Unlike other committees, the intelligence staff cannot conduct normal work on the road since much of their work is classified and therefore must be performed in a secure facility. This in turn reduces the committee's ability to be responsive to agencies. Because of the nature of classified oversight work done by the committee, and the Intelligence Committee has particularly need to hire staff with specialized knowledge. These staff must also have the highest clearances authorized within the federal government. This clearance requirement causes the committee to have higher than normal compensation levels, straining the committee's budget. In order to ensure that the committee is fulfilling its mission while providing appropriate assistance to all House members, the committee hopes to hire additional staff in the 115th Congress. Over the past 6 years, the committee has maintained an average of 31 employees, less than half of the 6-year House average of 64 employees for standing committees. During this time, the committee staff has remained flat, while the prominence of intelligence issues within the national discourse has dramatically increased. Finally, the committee seeks to improve security for its own computer systems by phasing out old servers and strengthening internet protections to reduce various risks, including intrusion by foreign actors. Because information about vulnerabilities of the committee system is classified, we can provide a detailed briefing on the committee's information technology needs in a secure space. And with that, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, I just want, and the other members of the committee, this is also a very bipartisan committee. Mr. Schiff and myself worked together behind closed doors, and I think have produced very bipartisan products over the course of the last Congress. So look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now recognize Ranking Member Schiff for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Brady. I'll be quick and won't need to use the full 5 minutes, but I fully concur with the Chairman's remarks. We have worked together extremely well on the committee. We can do a lot and do, but there's more yet to be accomplished. Our funding is still at pre-9/11 levels. Since that time, the threats have only multiplied and increased in severity, from Al-Qaeda to ISIL to China, North Korea, and of course Russia. The size and complexity of the intelligence community has also kept a pace. There are now 17 different IC agencies, and the budget tops many tens of billions of dollars. In coping with these challenges and increased responsibilities, our size and budget on the committee have fallen behind. We have a staff of 31 and a spending average of $3.9 million a year. ranking in the lowest tier of House committees and at the very bottom of our fellow national security committees. Foreign Affairs and Homeland Security, for example, have in excess of 2.5 times as many staff as we have. Additionally, because of the classified nature of the IC, we cannot rely on outside groups to raise issues to our attention as other committees can. We have to find out these issues ourselves, often from agencies that happen to be very good at keeping secrets, at least most of the time. It's also worth reiterating that the Intelligence Committee passes an intelligence authorization every year, which is essential to our detailed oversight mission. It involves countless budget meetings, site visits with agencies, negotiations with multiple committees, as well as an interagency process. There are enormous challenges. National security, obviously not the exclusive province of the Intel community, but we're increasingly called upon to review and comment on other shared bills of jurisdiction. It's worth also noting that in addition to the oversight of the intelligence community, in addition to the IT threats that we face, obviously there are cyber threats that we all face, but the Intel Committee in particular, we also have a major investigation to conduct, and for those reasons and others, we could use this additional assistance. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member Schiff, and appreciate your testimony here. What we want to make sure of is that you have the resources you need as we, as Congress, fulfill our constitutional responsibility to be that co-equal branch of government and do the job that we need to do. And it's hard to identify another committee that has more things that have fallen into your lap that have to be looked at very, very closely. So we will look at this very carefully and appreciate you being here today. I'll now recognize Mr. Brady for 5 minutes for any questions or comments he may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one with the ranking member to make sure that I think I heard that you're okay with the 1/3, 2/3, but I need to be on the record that you're getting your 1/3, 2/3 resources from the majority.
Yes, we do. And we also have shared employees, and it's been a very good and productive working relationship.
Thank you.
Chair will now recognize Mr. Davis, the Vice Chair of the committee, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Loudermilk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one quick comment and question. After working in the military and the intelligence community, I'm gravely concerned over the conduct that we've seen in our intelligence community. Will this help in our oversight efforts to make sure that it's conducted properly and for its purposes?
Thank you, Mr. Loudermilk. And what I would say is that I think Adam and I, the ranking member and I, view our committee as a committee that provides, not only does the oversight work, but also provides a service to all of you. And we hope that we've done our best to bring members in, give them briefings, walk them. We've had numerous briefings where we've brought in people from the IC to actually brief members, and we try to accommodate all of those needs. And so, and I think you appreciate this, but one of the big concerns that we have here is, because our nation's secrets are kept down there, security is so important. We can never forget that, which is part of the reason why we need to update our cyber security systems, which we'd be, as I said in my testimony, we'd be glad to bring you down and talk about some of those threats.
And I have visited there, and being on Homeland Security, spent a lot of times in the SCIFs. And Mr. Chairman, I really appreciate this and only wish we could even do more in this instance. And I yield back. Thank you.
I'm confident that they would not object if we did more, but we'll see. But thank you for your time, and we greatly appreciate it. I want to thank all the chairs and ranking members that have appeared so far for their testimony, and also want to thank the committee members for their participation. I now recess the hearing. The committee will reconvene subject to the call of the chair. We will reconvene at 2 p.m.
Test, test, test. Test, 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 test. Good. Oh, gosh, I did.
The committee will come to order. The committee now welcomes Chairman Conway and Ranking Member Peterson of the Committee on Agriculture. Would the official reporter please enter a page break into the hearing record to begin a new section? The House Committee on Agriculture is tasked with oversight of conservation, food transparency, and innovation in agriculture, among many other areas. Its primary focus is to maintain and create common sense solutions regarding food and farm policy. I want to welcome Chairman Conway and Ranking Member Peterson, and the chair now recognizes Chairman Conway for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't take 5 minutes. My good friend and I, Colin Peterson, are here today to visit with you about the budget that we've submitted. The 114th Congress, we got everything reauthorized that is under our committee's responsibility. There's no other authorizing committee that can lay claim to that. The one piece that did not get fully reauthorized is the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, which we await Senate action on that, but we've reauthorized it again this time as well. We had 84 hearings, 24 investigations, did great work. The 115th Congress will be dominated by the Farm Bill. That's job one for the next 2 years to get that done. We haven't done one on time in 16 years. Colin and I are deeply committed to getting it done on time. The drama associated with expirations and short-term extensions is unnecessary, and I look forward to working with our Senate colleagues to try to make that happen. In that regard, we've requested additional funding for field listening sessions. Typically in the past, the committee has held field hearings. Those are basically CCB to Mills productions where you bring a lot of gear, you bring a lot of extra people and all that stuff. We will not do that. We'll listen. We'll transcribe the event so it'll be a part of the public record. But we're going to hear it from not only the groups that are there, we'll also hear from individual producers, farmers, and ranchers that I think is a part of this deal. We've also asked for money to handle the conference committee report in 2018 that we anticipate being there, the mechanics for that. We believe we've been good shepherds of the resources we've had before. We've migrated all of the IT stuff. We've saved a lot of money there, done the things we're supposed to do to get off the standalone things that some committees have been out there, and we've gotten that fixed. We also asked for additional money for our staff. I would remind the committee last year I was encouraged to ask for more money. We chose not to do that. I'm a CPA by profession, and I don't spend up budgets just to be spending it so that I can defend it the next year. But I also rely on the decision makers to recognize that we only ask for the money we think we need, and if we turn out we don't need it, we don't spend it in order to try to defend the following year's budget. That's not a really good, particularly good practice. So with that, those brief remarks, we stand ready to answer any questions and look forward to my colleagues' comments.
Thank you, Chairman Conway, and thank you for that testimony. We now recognize Ranking Member Peterson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to you and Mr. Brady. Members of the committee, I'm pleased to be here today with my friend and colleague in support of the Agriculture Committee budget request. I look forward to continuing the Agriculture Committee's tradition of working together and getting things done. And during the 115th Congress, as we begin the process to reauthorize legislation which expires this Congress, we'll be looking at the Agriculture Act of 2014, known as the Farm Bill, and the Pesticide Registration Improvement Act, referred to as PREA. As Chairman Conway has outlined, it is important that we have the necessary resources to meet our ambitious agenda, conduct proper oversight, and get out in the countryside to actually see and hear what is and what is not working. The Ag Committee has proven to be efficient, fair, and prudent with its resources. Maybe that has something to do with the fact that both the chairman and I are CPAs, and we are committed to operating within our budget confines. That said, under Chairman Conway's guidance, the committee has addressed duplicative areas with House-funded technology, and though I understand the committee's current data exceeds what the House will allocate, I would ask that the Ag Committee be granted additional cloud storage space to share documents with other House offices in the Senate for the upcoming Farm Bill. I look forward to working with him and to find and implement additional efficiencies in this area. And I also want to say that the chairman has been respectful of the rights of the minority. I appreciate his efforts to maintain this relationship, and I want to thank this committee for the opportunity to testify here today and appreciate your consideration of the Ag Committee budget request.
Mr. Gentleman, yield for a moment?
Yeah.
I would like to, I forgot to say this. When I was working at a bank and responsible for hiring and firing folks, if I had somebody leave, I would not replace them for some period of time. we left several vacancies on both staffs during this past session because we didn't have the Farm Bill in front of us. We now need to fill those staff positions. And so rather than do that ahead of time and just have folks sit around, we chose not to do that. I don't want to be penalized for that because I now need them, and look forward to being able to have the resources to bring the staff up to speed to be able to allow us to get the Farm Bill work done. With that, I yield back to my friend.
I have no further comments. I yield back.
Thank you. I appreciate your, both of your testimonies. Thank you for yielding back. Two, that we have a responsibility as Congress to remember that we are a co-equal branch of the government, and we have to make sure that we're equipped to do what our job is, to make sure that we're there and not at a disadvantage. And I certainly want to commend you for not asking for money when you didn't really need it at that point, because that increases your credibility when you come back and say, we really could use it this time. And you're coming off what I believe is maybe 3 years of level funding for the committee. You've got a major undertaking coming up in this Congress, and we want you to be successful in getting this done, because it's no easy task. And so we appreciate what you're doing in that regard. I also want to acknowledge what you're doing on the IT area. Cybersecurity issues are an ever-increasing threat and will continue. And I'm thankful that that's also a part of your focus as you're going here, to be ready for that. And do what you've got to do to retain good staff that you've got and add to that for this Farm Bill authorization. With that, I'll recognize Mr. Brady for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I did hear from the ranking member that I would assume you mentioned the 1/3, 2/3 ratio is working. That's all I care about. But also let them know that you're 2 CPAs and not attorneys.
I just want to remind the ranking member, Brady, that lawyers are people too. Yeah. With that, I'll recognize Mr. Davis, the Vice Chairman of the committee.
Thank you,
5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would have to agree with the ranking member on the attorney comment. So it's an honor to actually serve on the committee with both of you. And I want to echo some of the statements that Greg made, that it was pretty impressive. You know, a couple of years ago, I asked you, Chairman, you know, what would you do if you could get extra funding? And you were adamant, and you said, we don't need it. We don't want it. We're not going to ask for it. We believe we can accomplish every goal that this committee has with the funding levels that you requested at the time. And you did that. And now, I agree. We're moving into a new Congress, a new Farm Bill. We need to be the voices, or we need to be the listeners to the voices out in our communities, out in this great country. So I appreciate you coming in and your honesty, and I've always been honored to serve with both of you because you have such a great working relationship together. And I look forward to, if you get your budget request, getting every single priority of mine in the Farm Bill, too. I won't ask for a commitment.
Maybe you can take up some of mine, too.
No, thank you. Is there anything that I will have one question. Is there anything that you would do above and beyond your budget request if you were to get any other funding?
Thank you for the question. I don't think so. Given the immense importance of a Farm Bill, it's going to dominate our collective thoughts and work. The other thing about this Farm Bill is that we just spent 2 years of doing 16 hearings on SNAP. First time the oversight work has been done on that program in a couple of decades. We've gleaned from that some things that we need to do. We need to reform the program. There are policy changes we're going to need to make in that. We all need to spend time convincing our colleagues of that and working through that. So this Farm Bill will be less easy, although you never call one of them easy, but it may be less difficult maybe, or be a little bit more difficult because we are going to go at both sides of it. The safety net, conservation, trade, rural development piece, as well as the SNAP piece. And so I don't believe that the committee could do anything else besides get that done. We want to get it done on time. I can't emphasize that enough. The reason is, one, it allowed Colin and I to brag, but the real reason is farmers and ranchers, bankers, implement dealers, everybody wants a stable program. And so having one that's done ahead of time and ready to go into this position on October 1st will allow them to look at that next 5-year window to begin making their business plans. If you're in the farming business, you don't make 1 year at a time plans. You got a multi-year plan. If you're a banker, you're going to lend over a series of periods of time. So that stability and the impact it has on the production of agriculture and the impact that has on rural economy, rural America, I think is enough of a reason why we need to get it done and get it done on time. So thank you for the question, but I don't believe there's anything else we would do beyond getting that done and done on time.
Well, we can tell you're an accountant by trade because you're very comfortable with your numbers and your requests.
Sure.
2 times in a row I've asked that question, and 2 times you have been brutally honest to say that you have asked only for what you need. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. I yield back, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Thank you for being here. We appreciate the testimony, the information that you provided, and we will give it a really good look. And thank you for the hard work you're doing. Thank you. The committee now welcomes Chairman Sessions and Ranking Member Slaughter. Would the official reporter please enter a page break into the hearing record to begin a new section? The House Committee on Rules considers both a special rule that provides the terms and conditions of debate on a measure or matter and original jurisdiction measures, which commonly represent changes to the standing rules of the House. It's a very busy committee, and we thank you for your work on that, sometimes thankless job. So I want to welcome Chairman Sessions and Ranking Member Slaughter, and the Chair will now recognize Chairman Sessions for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and to the committee. Mr. Brady, thank you for allowing us to be here. Mr. Chairman, both Louise Slaughter, the ranking member, and I approach you respectfully today, not only with this committee that has to make very difficult decisions about the allocations of this body, but we recognize that much of what is done here is based on a prioritization that needs to take place so that the work on behalf of the American people can be accomplished. It is that said that both Louise and I approach you and the entire committee respectfully today to ask you to hear our thoughts and ideas about the Rules Committee, our performance, our job, and the things which we need to perform for the United States House of Representatives on a day-by-day basis. But perhaps more importantly, we place ourselves before you with your ideas about how we might perform not only better, but make ourselves better prepared for what lies ahead to us. It would be true, Mr. Chairman, to recognize that almost every member of this committee also does business with the Rules Committee, and I recognize that there are some members of the committee that may not have always have received exactly what they wanted to be made in order, and I know the gentleman from Illinois probably would express those ideas, but I would like to say to each of you that both Louise and I have tried our very best to not only work together, but to understand the responsibilities that come from me as chairman, when she was chairman, and when she is now ranking member. And I think that we attempt to run our committee, the staff, and the presentations that we do at the Rules Committee in the highest of professional standards of the House of Representatives as we work together. Mr. Chairman, it is important for you to understand that we believe that the function of the Rules Committee as a standing committee is to function perhaps different than other committees, and that is, without the Committee on Rules at its operating at its peak efficiency, the House of Representatives cannot do so either. We do business on a day-to-day basis. We have to be prepared for things that are weeks out. We have to do a lot of homework. We have to stay up late at night preparing the homework that needs to be prepared not only for our clients, which would be other members of Congress, but also the committees that need to do work with the Rules Committee to prepare themselves on the majority and minority basis. It is true that while much of the responsibility rests on the majority, I would say equally the minority has to prepare themselves. They need great employees. They need employees that have wise knowledge, not only of the House of Representatives, but in many ways specialties in dealing with the rules of the House of Representatives and the things that allow us to prepare our clients so that they may be prepared as they enter the Rules Committee and move forward on their work. We have requested, as you know, for quite a number of years, simply a flat budget. We recognize the circumstance, not only that the United States of America, our constituents back home were in, but also we recognize that the need of the House of Representatives to trim its costs back as we trim back all of government. However, we have requested, as you know, an opportunity to receive a slight increase this year, a slight increase of some 5% that we believe would represent an opportunity for us to not only offer the efficiencies that are necessary, but to be prepared for the larger workload that we see. I would also say that as I speak to you, we are following through on a 1/3, 2/3 basis. But rather than just on staff money or salaries, we operate that across the board. We give them 1/3 of all the money that might come. And so we believe that based upon the workload that lies ahead, as well as you're aware, Mr. Chairman, that we worked with you on an additional request for $100,000 that would not be for the Rules Committee, but rather work that the Rules Committee and this committee accomplish together with other important parts of the House of Representatives so that we can move forward to be prepared for a meeting of House Rules that we have been directed by the Republican Conference to do. I want to thank you for the time allowing me to be here today. I'll open myself up for questions, and I'm sure that you'll want to welcome Louise for the strong support that she gives not only to the House of Representatives, her party, but also the United States Congress. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Sessions. We'll now recognize Ranking Member Slaughter for 5 minutes.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Brady, and the other members of the committee. We're delighted to be here this morning. Very pleased to join Chairman Sessions to present the Committee on Rules budget request for the 115th Congress. It's no secret that our committee is often a place of heated policy debates. Our meetings are representational of the same type of conversations happening all across the country during this particularly contentious environment. But at the same time, I'm proud to say these debates have always remained solely about legislative substance and the process by which legislation goes to the floor, and not about the committee functions and administratively. This committee stands alone in its unique mission of facilitating the work of all other committees in the House of Representatives. Chairman Sessions and I take this responsibility seriously and have worked in lockstep to ensure this committee fulfills its unique mission fairly and justly. This principle guides the division of everything from equipment and office supplies to the allocation of space and personnel. I'm grateful that Chairman Sessions is continuing the tradition of providing the minority full control over a third of the committee's overall budget. The House Rules Committee has the second smallest budget of any committee in Congress, and this approach of administrative equity has helped to ensure that we are able to fulfill our mission efficiently and effectively. I fully support Chairman Sessions' request to the House Administration Committee and join him in the request. As Chairman Sessions has said, it's essential for our democracy that every majority have a fully functioning minority. This request will ensure that the majority minority alike can robustly fulfill their obligations to the body and to the American people. I also want to take a moment to thank the extraordinary staff of our committee on both sides. The Rules Committee is like family, and I believe it has the most respected staff on Capitol Hill. In order for the House to fully function, the Rules Committee must be able to consider legislation quickly, and that often means working long hours and sometimes late into the night. The majority and minority staffs work hard, and they work together, whether this committee meets in the morning or at midnight. They embody the collaborative approach that this committee is known for. I'm proud to present this budget with Chairman Sessions today, and I want to thank Chairman Harper and Ranking Member Brady once again, and all of the committee members for your time and attention, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ranking Member Slaughter and Chairman Sessions. You know, this is, we all love this institution. The House of Representatives is a special place, but I think you're right in what you said, Chairman Sessions. This is not, the House cannot function without a properly functioning Rules Committee. So your work is vital to what we do. We realize, too, that we have a constitutional responsibility and that we are a co-equal branch of government. We want to make sure that we don't give up that to where we're out of balance. We want to make sure that we're what we should be, and that certainly necessitates what you're doing. And looking at your request for a funding increase over last year, specifically, just so I'm sure about this extra $100,000, this would be for the data transparency initiative. Is that correct?
In fact, that would be correct, Mr. Chairman, and this comes as a request from the Republican Conference and the House rules that were adopted, and it deals with what we might call the POSI request. And while we think we have scoped this as an opportunity for $100,000 per year, there are a number of people who are working on it, and we've simply chosen outside of our normal budget and outside of what would be shared as a project that would be held pending a final agreement about how it would be used.
Just so that I'm clear, general funding that we have is done 2/3, 1/3?
That is correct across the
And
board.
what about that 100,000? How would that?
Sir, that
would be
would
strictly
not
for
be,
this.
that is a set aside that would not be shared. It would be entirely for what I would say above the line. I would not use that for the normal necessary processes that would take place at the Rules Committee. If I did, I would notify Louise and we would do that allocation. This is for the project that's necessary.
Right. And you would agree with that, Ms. Slaughter?
So far.
Yes. So, well, we can only cover as far as February the 15th, 2017 at 2:22 in the afternoon. So right now, that's good.
Well, Mr. Chairman, she has a saying that pretty much goes, let's compromise and do it my way.
Yeah.
And so Louise and I
Pete is
get,
very easy to work with.
That's good.
And he strives to be fair, and we're very grateful for that.
That's great. Thank you very much. And
Our
I'll
committee
now.
was founded in 1789, and we've got a great history to defend.
And you weren't here then, were you, Mr. Sessions?
I was.
No.
She knew Abraham Lincoln.
Well, you know, my mom, who passed away last year, never forgave me for asking her as a child if she lived during the Civil War. So, you know, that stuff goes on. But
Well,
thank you, and please give our regards to your father, Judge Sessions, if you will.
I will do that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll now recognize the ranking member, Mr. Brady, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just, you answered my question, the chairman answered my question to the ranking member about the 1/3, 2/3. I appreciate that. And many years ago, I got asked to go on the Rules Committee, and I made the best decision of my life not to, because you are the hardest working committee in Congress, and thank you for all your services and what you do. And also, Mr. Chairman, give my regards to your father also.
I will do that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
You know, Mr. Brady, though, we get to know more about bills than almost anybody.
Yeah, there's a positive side to
There
the hard
is.
work.
There is.
Now we'll recognize Mr. Davis, the Vice Chairman of the committee, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Ranking Member. I like the Lincoln talk as somebody who represents part of the Lincoln District. I just had a question for clarification because I didn't see it in your materials. I see you're asking for an increase in your travel budget that's much higher than what you spent last year. Are you planning to do field hearings? What type of issues may we as a committee want to consider with that request?
Yes, thank you very much. In fact, while there is not necessarily the provision for that, we have taken on the role, both Louise and myself, with the authority and the responsibility to look at what would be the congressionally directed spending effort. And that may involve some bit of travel that could be involved, perhaps a field hearing. We have not really scoped that out, but we do believe that it was appropriate to request that with the additional workload that we've now been given. Yes, sir.
Well, thank you for your clarification. Is there a contingency built in for maybe landing at the wrong airport?
If the gentleman would allow me an opportunity, the gentleman is well aware that I did come to visit him one time and landed at St. Louis Lambert International Airport, and he was across the river. And my plane did need to divert, and the gentleman would be correct. Even Eagle Scouts make mistakes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member.
Yes, sir.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. We'll now recognize Mr. Smith if he has any questions for 5 minutes. None? Mr. Loudermilk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Sessions, thank you for being here. Just one quick question. With an IT background, I applaud our efforts moving forward with the data transparency initiatives, but at the same time, we have to balance that with security, and just wanted to bring that up and make sure that that is at the forefront of us going forward, that we do have to balance that transparency with the security, because we know that there are bad people out there wanting to do bad things.
Thank you very much. The gentleman knows that I spent a number of years at Bell Communications Research, which took over after Bell Labs, and I spent several years in that organization, had a chance to see not only computer security, but really the future that would lie in having data that would reside in something that could be tapped into. The facts of the case are that what we believe is this is an internal process that would need to take place, and we're not necessarily exporting or allow people to export into that at this point. But the gentleman makes a really great point, and that is every single one of us, whether it's our own personal offices or those committee jurisdictional offices that we have a responsibility to ensure the data integrity. I think you and I both know that all it takes is someone tapping in and they could cause enormous damage to us, so we are constantly on that. And we will go back and reassert not only your question, but ask the question inside, and I appreciate the gentleman bringing that once again to my attention.
All right, thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Want to thank both of you for coming today. We'll look at this very carefully and appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
The committee now welcomes Chairman Shabbat and Ranking Member Velasquez. Would the official reporter please enter a page break into the hearing record to begin a new section? The House Committee on Small Business is tasked with oversight of the Small Business Administration and its programs. Its primary focuses are matters relating to small business financial aid, regulatory flexibility, and paperwork reduction. I want to welcome the chairman and ranking member, and the chair will now recognize the chairman for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and we thank you for your time, and also Ranking Member Brady as well. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss the 2017 budget request of the Committee on Small Business. I'd like to take a moment to recognize our committee's ranking Democratic member, Congresswoman Nydia Velasquez, with whom I have served for a number of years, with one of us in the chair and the other as ranking member. We've traded off a few times. We don't want to do that anytime in the near future, but we have a very good, she disagrees for the record, but we really do have an excellent working relationship, and I know that we'll continue to build on the committee's strong record of accomplishment for entrepreneurs in the future with this committee's help. Since its founding, America has relied on small businesses to turn ideas into economic opportunity. Some have, by choice, remained small and become pillars of their communities. Others have grown into the large companies of the 20th and 21st centuries that changed how Americans and others around the world go about their daily lives. For much of its history, our government crafted policies that focused on spurring commerce. As a result, most new jobs are created by small businesses, and about 50% of Americans are employed by small businesses. Recently, however, that emphasis, unfortunately, has changed. Rather than encouraging economic growth, Washington has imposed a regulatory regime that can only be described as a death by 1,000 cuts. It can be said that the single biggest problem facing America's entrepreneurs is burdensome regulations. It's one reason I was very happy to see the President announce in an executive order recently that he was going to do away with 2 new rules or regulations for every one that's implemented. I think that's certainly a step in the right direction. Some small businesses are still struggling in a difficult economy. The stakes could not be higher for small firms, and the role of the Committee on Small Business is increasingly vital. Our legislative jurisdiction may be narrow, but this committee brings critical oversight, scrutiny, and public attention to the vast array of issues that confront small business owners in every congressional district. Scarce capital, unfair labor regulations, tax complexity, crushing energy rules, and the unworkable Dodd-Frank law, and the so-called Affordable Care Act. And again, my colleague and I would disagree on a couple of those things for sure, but those are my opinions. The new administration shares many of our policy views and priorities. While we are hopeful of progress, our experience with the oversight reminds us that our duty to the taxpayer in keeping Washington accountable has not diminished. Accountability and oversight are nonpartisan values, and we will remain vigilant. Every major piece of legislation that makes its way through Congress will impact small businesses in some way. We must have the resources to ensure that America's 28 million small businesses and the millions of families that depend on them are considered in every debate, from health care reform to the repeal of Dodd-Frank to the Farm Bill and many others. Our committee is fortunate to have representatives not only from coast to coast and everywhere in between, but also beyond our coast. We have 2 members who represent the people of the U.S. territories of American Samoa, and now this Congress, Puerto Rico. The small businesses of these islands are valuable players in the American economy and may well hold the key to further unleash the power of entrepreneurship and innovation. We must have the resources to ensure that these constituents, as well as our own, are considered and heard. For the 114th Congress, the committee was level funded at $6,045,228. Traditionally, the committee has provided a full 1/3 of committee resources to the minority, which they control. We appreciate the difficult decisions that the ranking member has made to ensure we stay within our allotment while also meeting our important responsibilities. Over the last 2 years, we purchased much-needed equipment, replaced computers and a copier, and redesigned the committee's website. Both the majority and minority staffs reorganized to boost efficiency and redistributed duties to other staff to save funds. But our professional staff is severely strained, and we must hire additional professional staff and dedicated investigative staff just to maintain the status quo. We do not have significant non-salary spending to cut, as these categories give us the tools needed to do our work: materials, supplies, equipment, et cetera. A new administration has focused us on the need to closely monitor news, and media subscriptions are very expensive. In addition to traditional media, for example, our government contracting and financial services staff need specialized subscriptions geared to those sectors to remain informed. We appreciate the difficult decisions that this committee must make, and we hope that you will consider what we have achieved and allow us a very modest 4% increase to continue working hard for America's best job creators, which are small businesses. We thank you, and we appreciate your consideration.
Thank you very much, Chairman Shabbat. And now I'll recognize for 5 minutes the ranking member, Ms. Velasquez.
Thank you, Chairman Harper and Ranking Member Brady. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the 115th Congress budget submission for the Committee on Small Business. Small businesses create 2/3 of new jobs in the U.S. economy and are critical drivers of innovation. For these reasons, I often say there is no Republican or Democratic approach when it comes to small businesses. Unfortunately, Chairman Shabbat leads the committee with the same mindset, working in the best interests of America's small businesses. While the chairman and I may not agree 100% on all matters, particularly on repealing ACA or Dodd-Frank, one thing is certain: we are both committed to working together. This means a funding level that provides sufficient resources for committee members to focus on legislation, hearings, roundtables covering the numerous issues facing small businesses. Chairman Shabbat generously allows the minority full control of 1/3 of the funding to cover salaries and operating expenses. Recruiting and retaining staff is a challenge many committee offices face, and again, funding is vital in order to attract experienced, specialized personnel. Since our committee covers a wide range of policy issues, we employ experts in procurement, tax, financial services, regulation, to name a few. This requires the resources to attract and retain qualified personnel. At the end of last year, the minority was left with approximately 1.4% of our allocation. Unfortunately, this does not allow us to upgrade the computer equipment, but we are hopeful we will have enough funding to purchase new computers this year. Chairman Harper, if a modest 4% increase is not foreseeable, we respectfully ask you consider flat funding the committee so that we can move forward with all the work that lies ahead of us these next 2 years. I wasn't supposed to say that. We are asking for 4% increase.
I understand, and I appreciate
And let me just say this.
I move to have that
Mr.
stricken from the
Chairman.
record.
In terms of historically, the Committee on Small Business has been underfunded compared to all other committees. It wasn't until the 111th Congress where there was an increase which was of great help to us. In the 112th, we got a little bump only to be impacted, as we are all aware, by sequestration in the 113. The members of the Committee on Small Business are committed to working together in a bipartisan manner, which is something Chairman Chabot and I always strive for. We ask for full and fair consideration when determining our funding for the 115th Congress. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, and all the members of the committee.
Thank you both for your testimony, and we all realize that small businesses really are what drive the economy in this country, and their success determines our success as a country. So thank you for the work that you do, and we also, as I've told some of the other committees, we have a constitutional responsibility to be that effective co-equal branch of the government, and it seems that sometimes not due to our own fault, we've not had the resources to do what we need to do. So we'll take a serious look at what you've done here, what your request is, and look forward to getting through this. This time I'll recognize Mr. Brady, Ranking Member, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, but the ranking member answered my only question about the 2/3, 1/3, making sure that it's divided up equally. Thank you.
Sure.
We'll now recognize Mr. Davis for 5 minutes for any questions that he may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Ranking Member. Just if you could get more resources for any possible reason, is there anything you may have left out of the budget request that you would want to do if you were able to get extra resources, especially in the oversight realm?
Yeah, thank you for asking that question. We take our oversight responsibilities very seriously. We have a new chairman of the Subcommittee on Oversight, Trent Kelly from Mississippi, who has a tremendous background in this area. He's also a colonel in the Guard, and we've discussed this, and there's a whole range of things that we'd like to go into. And obviously, we have a new administration here, and it happens to be the same party I'm in, but we're going to go after anything here that we think needs to be investigated to make sure that small businesses are getting the best end of the deal here. And we, the two of us here, are committed to doing this for the most part in a bipartisan manner. When we found challenges that needed to be looked into in the Obama administration, we looked at them very carefully. We did that. I've been on the committee for 20 years now, and I think Nydia's been on there maybe a couple years longer than that. So we've gone after both administrations, and so wherever there are problems, if we can have efficiencies, we're going to look at those things to make sure that the American taxpayer is getting the best bang for his or her buck.
One more question. Your committee asked in your request for an increase in your travel budget, a pretty substantial increase. Are there plans to do field hearings, issues like that would require more travel that you didn't use in 2016?
Thank you for asking that question. Yes, we have had field hearings. We haven't scheduled everything out yet, but we've done field hearings in both Democratic and Republican districts. We did one and there were 3 Democratic members there, Nydia, as well as, there were 2 others. I'm trying to remember who they were. Grace Meng, and there was one other one that showed up at that hearing. And
Yvette Clark.
Yes, Yvette Clark, yeah. So we did them there. We did them Carlos Corbelos district, Steve Knight's district in California. We don't fly first first class, by the way, when we go to these kinds of things. I'm always back in coach with the rest of my fellow American citizens when it comes to these kinds of meetings and things. So, yes, we do intend to hold field hearings in which we'll be going through things like access to capital, tax reform, depending on when the repeal and replace of the Affordable Care Act / Obamacare, whichever terminology one prefers, that's going to be ongoing because some of these things will happen soon, some a little further down the road. So anything that we think needs to be looked into, we certainly intend to use the resources to the committee's advantage and to the American taxpayers' advantage.
If I may, our committee is a resource to not only the members of the committee, but other members who wants to organize events in their districts. So our staff are very helpful to help them try to organize those events. But also, it is important for our committee to conduct hearings in different states of the country, because not every small business have the capacity or the resources to come here to Washington. So it is important that we go to those areas to listen to them.
And if I could just follow up, Mr. Davis, with just one other point. I mentioned that we did a field hearing in Ms. Velasquez's district in New York. Some other members came. When she was the chair of this committee, she came to my district as ranking member in Cincinnati, too. I understand she may have got a little grief from the leadership because I was on the target list at that time, but she came, and I think it shows a real bipartisan point of view on her part. And these were hearings that we had that were significant. We did them at in an urban African-American neighborhood. We did them down in the over-the-Rhine where there's been a lot of New Markets tax credit and rehabbing going on down there. So these weren't just fluffy kind of hearings. These were substantive hearings that were held.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your responses. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now we'll recognize Mr. Loudermilk. I believe Mr. Smith will pass. Okay. Mr. Loudermilk, 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. Just looking at the very moderate increase that you're asking for, it indicates to me that you must manage your budget very well, especially with the amount of workload we've got going forward. My question, Mr. Chairman, are these skills something you learned through our mentorship program? I mean, how important do you feel that program really is?
Just for those who may be wondering where that question's coming from, Mr. Loudermilk was my mentee, and I was his mentor when he first came to Congress, and I think he will acknowledge that I was a tremendous mentor.
I can honestly say you were the absolute best I've ever had since I've been in Congress.
And now he's following in that line of leadership because he's now a mentor. So I hope that answers your question.
Gentleman yields back. Thanks again. We appreciate your time. We'll study this and look forward to being back in touch with you.
Thank you very much.
The committee now welcomes Chairman Brooks and Ranking Member Deutsch of the House Committee on Ethics. Would the official reporter please enter a page break into the hearing record to begin a new section? The House Committee on Ethics, your committee is tasked with oversight of all bills, resolutions, and other matters related to the Code of Official Conduct. Its primary focus is to enforce policies relating to the House rules. I want to welcome the chairman and ranking member, and I'll now recognize Chairman Brooks for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Harper, Ranking Member Brady, and the members of the committee. Thank you for providing Ranking Member Deutsch and myself an opportunity to speak with you today about the ongoing work of the Ethics Committee. With your indulgence, we'll do our best to answer your questions, although, as you may know, much of our work is confidential. And the House has tasked the Ethics Committee with interpreting, advising, and enforcing the rules of conduct that pertain to House members, officers, and employees. The committee undertakes that task through 3 different offices, 3 different parts of the House Ethics Committee: advice and education, financial disclosures, and investigations. The Ethics Committee is solely unique amongst House committees in that it is the only committee that is evenly divided between both parties. The committee is also the only committee in the House where there's neither a Republican nor Democratic staff. Our staff is nonpartisan. As a member of the committee for the past 4 years, I've grown to admire and appreciate the nonpartisanship and the integrity of the staff of the committee as they work to administer the functions of the committee. Oftentimes, any publicity about our committee's work surfaces only when there have been allegations of misconduct by a member or a staffer that have been aired. What's often not publicized is just how much work the committee and the staff performs to help ensure members and staff abide by the rules. We often only hear when the rules are being alleged to have been broken, and how many members and their staff actively seek out the committee's advice to ensure their conduct is above reproach. I'd like to share with you some of those statistics that highlight the amount of work the committee conducts. In the 114th Congress, the committee responded to nearly 55,000 informal telephone calls, emails, and in-person meetings from members and their staff seeking guidance on the ethics rules. This number actually increased by nearly 15,000 from the previous Congress. The committee provided nearly 900 written advisory opinions regarding proposed conduct. The committee also approved 3,900 requests for privately sponsored travel, and it received nearly 16,000 financial disclosure statements and amendments, and also received and reviewed 3,000 periodic transaction reports. These numbers, while they are quite high, are actually very encouraging to me. I believe it illustrates the large majority of House members do want to and work hard to abide by the rules and do want to serve their constituents with the highest regard to ethical rules. I also believe it shows how much the work of the committee continues to increase each Congress. When I came to Congress 4 years ago, I wanted to do everything possible to try to restore some confidence in Congress, restore the public's trust. The Ethics Committee has a tremendous role to play in accomplishing that goal. As chairwoman, I truly believe that one of the values of the Ethics Committee lies in an ability to continuously seek new avenues to ensure that the House community is educated regarding the laws, rules, and regulation that govern its conduct. And I brought a copy of the House Ethics Manuals to just remind the committee how many rules there are that the House members and staff must abide by, and they are complex and it is vast. Also, we have a highlights version, kind of the primer book, but there are a lot of rules to follow. Ranking Member Deutsch and I share a commitment to making the committee more accessible to members and their staffs through more direct communications, such as periodic tips about common questions the committee is asked. We're talking about a more mobile-friendly website and simply educating members on the services the committee offers. And my hope is by doing so, we have less need to utilize that third function of investigations. Just as members and staff can trust and rely on the fact that the members of our staff who serve on advice and education will conduct themselves in a professional, nonpartisan manner, they can also trust and rely on the fact that the members who serve on our investigations committee conduct themselves in the same way. So my colleagues on the committee and the staff that serve the committee solemnly undertake review of allegations regarding misconduct. It's a serious responsibility, and I've seen our committee and our staff do so in a very professional way. In the 114th Congress, the committee dealt with 78 investigative matters, only 14 of which were carried over by the 113th Congress because we have a commitment to resolving matters quickly. So we were able to cut in half the number of investigations that carried over. One other fact I'd like to highlight regarding investigations is of the 64 matters initiated by the committee, less than a third were referrals from OCE. The others were 2/3 were as a result of committee-initiated investigations. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Chairman Brooks. And now we'll recognize Ranking Member Mr. Deutsch for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Harper, Ranking Member Brady, for the opportunity to be here today to speak about the vital work of the Committee on Ethics. I'm pleased to be here with Chairwoman Brooks. We are new to our roles as Chair and Ranking Member, but have previously served together on the Ethics Committee, and I look forward to continuing our work together. And we hope to continue in the model set by our previous chairs and ranking members, Chairman Conaway and Chairman Dent and Ranking Member Sanchez, and follow that model of working together in a bipartisan way. Chairwoman described some of the ways that the Ethics Committee is unique. We know it's something that you, Chairman Harper, former member of the committee, and our colleague, Representative Lofgren, former chair of the Ethics Committee, know firsthand. But I think it's fair to say that all of us know that ethics in government and the integrity of our nation's elected officials remains a great concern to the public, as it should. In the House, the Committee on Ethics has the responsibility for administering and interpreting the various standards of conduct that apply to members and staff and helping them to understand and comply with those standards. In addition, when it's alleged that a member or staff person has violated one of those standards, the committee is charged with determining whether a violation occurred and, if so, recommending an appropriate sanction or other remedial action. You've invited us to talk about the committee's budget needs. The overwhelming majority of the committee's modest budget is spent on salaries for our nonpartisan professional staff, so we're focusing today on providing you with more information about how our staff serves the entire House. The chairwoman noted some statistics about the scope of the committee's work in the last Congress, providing advice, education, and training to members and staff of the House. All of those statistics and detailed overview of the committee's work are available in a 210-page report that the committee filed with the House, this report in early January. It's also available on the committee's website, ethics.house.gov. The chairwoman provided some background as well about the committee's investigative work. Although the committee can begin an investigation after receiving a formal complaint, a self-report, or a referral from the Office of Congressional Ethics, the majority of the committee's investigations are begun on its own initiative. Although the committee is probably best known for its critical investigative work, just as vital is the significant work of our talented nonpartisan staff to provide advice and education to House members and staff. This outreach is particularly important with respect to new members. This Congress and each of the last two Congresses has seen more than 50 new members. As in prior years, our committee was pleased to partner with your committee to provide ethics training to incoming freshman members during the orientation session that you organized in November. We'll continue to look for opportunities to educate all members about the rules and standards of conduct that apply to them as public servants in the House. In short, we would like to build on the committee's existing advice and education efforts to provide more information to help more members on a more timely basis. All of the committee's work that we have summarized for you is made possible by our terrific nonpartisan professional staff. And as you consider funding for the committee, please keep in mind that modest investments in recruiting and retaining the highest caliber ethics professionals for the committee returns great dividends to the House and to the American public. I know that other chairmen and ranking members who have appeared before your committee today have noted their committee staffs have a high proportion of lawyers because of the nature of the committee's work. It's also true of the Committee on Ethics, but our attorneys also play a unique and a very important role in serving not just the committee, but the entire House. And when any of our colleagues or any House employee calls the Committee on Ethics with an urgent advice question, we want to ensure they continue to get the best and most timely guidance possible. Similarly, it's imperative that the committee is able to retain and recruit talented and experienced investigative attorneys who can help us resolve investigative matters thoroughly, fairly, and expeditiously so the House and public can remain confident in the work that we do. Our staff who are not attorneys also play essential roles supporting the work of the committee. It's been a pleasure getting to know the talented non-professional staff in the last two Congresses, and I'm looking forward to working with them as ranking member. We thank you again for the opportunity to appear before your committee today,
and look forward to answering any questions you may have for us.
Thanks to both of you for being here and giving this testimony. I did indeed, as you noted, had the privilege to serve not quite 2 full terms, because I came in, I think, around May of my first year, and it is a privilege, and it is probably rules and ethics are the 2 most necessary and thankless jobs that you can do in the House. And so I thank you for the work that you're doing. I know firsthand what a great staff you have, and I know that it's a staff that really wants to help the members do right. And in Congress, as you know, the one thing, the old adage does not apply here. Better to ask forgiveness rather than permission. Not here. You want to know on the front end that it's okay to do it before you step off into a real problem. I do know also how well this committee functions as the only evenly numbered committee in the House. And in my experience was that almost every situation we got to a unanimous vote, that the members look past what party it is you're concerned with. So I commend you for the job you're doing, and we look forward to working on that. One question I do have is, I noticed you held up the House Ethics Manual, which has a rather old date on it. Are there plans for when we might be printing a new edition of that?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. You are right. This edition is from 2008. It has not been revised since then, and prior to that, it was in 1992. And so that is in our plan for this Congress, is to begin that process of revising and updating the House Ethics Manual. So this actual 115th Congress.
And as the chairwoman referred to earlier in her testimony, we would also like to make it more accessible so that we don't have to rely just on that book, but people will actually be able to have all of the standards of conduct on their mobile devices as well.
That sounds great, and obviously it's also, it's always good to have people like your staff that you can go to and ask that question about how does this work. You know, sometimes we'd rather have somebody tell us or reply to an email request or letter, and so. I want to commend you for the job you're doing, and we'll look forward to looking at your request here. At this time, I'll recognize Mr. Brady for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for the record, this is the only time I want to be face-to-face with the both of you. But every time we address new members, I always tell them to make sure that they either come in front of us when they have a question or come in front of the ethics when they have a question. A lot of times they're a little bit afraid or leery to come in front of ethics, but they do come in front of us. Come to me, and I do go to your staff people. And they are professional, they are courteous, and they understand. And as the chairman said, it's much better to ask at that particular time for permission instead of having at a later time ask for forgiveness. But you do a great job. You do a great service to the House. I only wished and hoped that a lot of us, myself and a lot included, would use your services. And if that would happen, I think it would keep a lot of us on the straight and narrow rather than falling off to the wayside for a moment or two. And I have to say something I probably shouldn't say, but this other ethics committee, so-called whatever their names are, that the advocate committee or whatever, I'm not too happy with them because they brought a lot of our members up in front of them and found out that there was nothing there before they come in front of you. But in that process, our members have to get representation, and representation costs money. And it's a shame that they bring some frivolous suits because anybody can bring a suit against anybody or bring an accusation. And I'd like you to look into that, or we all should look into that, having to pay those legal fees. And maybe we should put something in it, they bring something frivolous, that maybe they should be responsible for legal fees. There is a law, Dragon Eddy. I'm not a lawyer, but I know a little bit about a Dragon Eddy case that I think that they should be able to recover some of them legal fees, not in front of you, in front of this advocacy committee that we have. But thank you for your service. And again, I continually tell new members and old members, former members even, that they should come in front of you and get a ruling that it is in confidence and it is confidential, and you do honor that, and we appreciate that. Thank you.
If I might?
Yes, if
Chairman.
you'd like to respond to that, Chairwoman Brooks.
Thank you, and thank you, Ranking Member Brady. We have a new chair of what is called the Office of Congressional Ethics, OCE. Doc Hastings, former member from the state of Washington, has just agreed to be the new chairperson of the independent body, working with the ranking member, David Skaggs, and they Doc Hastings, who actually I realized when I brought this book was responsible for the rewrite of this ethics manual. He's a former House Ethics Chairman himself. And so he is very familiar with how the House ethics process works. He wants to improve the process between OCE and between our committee. I believe there is room for improvement, so I am hopeful. We plan to sit down with as the new chair and ranking, we plan to sit down with them in the very near future to figure out how we can work in a very positive way moving forward, making sure that, again, members are held at the highest standards, but that there also is due process for members and or staff who are brought before OCE, and we think there are some improvements that can be made to the process. And we're committed to working on that.
Thank you. That increases my standings on what we're doing here. Doc Hastings is a friend, and he is ethical and a very decent human being, and I'm really glad my confidence will be restored in that. Thank you.
I would just add to that again, as I said before, the majority of our investigations are begun by the committee, but we understand that there have been some concerns raised by some of the members about the operations of the Office of Congressional Ethics to the extent that there are any clarifications to the process or anything else that happens that obviously, and most importantly, all of that will be done in both a transparent and a bipartisan manner.
Okay. Mr. Brady yields back and now recognize the Vice Chairman of the committee, Mr. Davis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Chairman, Ranking Member. It's always great to see one of my fellow freshman colleagues a few terms back elevate to this chairmanship, and we're very proud of you, Susan, and we know you're going to do a great job. I noticed that you've asked for level funding once more for the committee. If more resources were available, what could you use them for?
Thank you for the question. I have certainly spoken with the staff, and if there is one area that we would like to improve upon, it is the amount of advice and education we provide and the timeliness of the advice and education. And so if there were to be additional resources, right now we have 2 open spots, so we are not completely full at the present time, but if there were additional resources, we have talked and agreed that we continue to need to do more outreach and maybe in some new ways to members, some new training mechanisms or maybe new training modules to educate staff and members about the importance of not just following the rules, but the pitfalls in some of the rules and some of the things people need to be familiar with that aren't necessarily common sense and very well known. And so I would say the advice and education staff is where we would focus, but we would always want to leave the opportunity in case there should be an incredibly significant investigation of a large number of members, and all I would say is, God forbid that. We hope that does not happen, and that's because if we do a great job in advice and education, we can keep the amount of investigations down because people will understand the rules maybe better than they currently do. And so, but we would like the opportunity to return to the committee if we needed to plus up even the investigative staff if we didn't have the resources that a new massive investigation might require. But I would say currently it would be to focus on beefing up our advice and education staff, resources, and maybe even technology.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your willingness, especially in the advice and education section. I helped lead a review of our spending policies in the House last year, and we held numerous listening sessions with this committee and other members from throughout the House. And many of the questions that we took in, Madam Chairman, actually related to advice that would have been given through the House Administration Committee or the House Ethics Committee. And sometimes that advice was not similar. And part of the results of the positive results of that review were with your predecessor addressing maybe more use of joint pink sheets so that we're all on the same page, because we're going to get asked the same questions on this committee that you're going to get asked, and we ought to be able to have the same responses. Now, a big frustration of mine, too, is the fact that we see House rules change, and we are waiting for ethics guidance on how to implement those changes. And I know in one instance, we're not getting any guidance on that rule change. And that makes it frustrating for somebody like me to be able to explain, how is this happening? And what can we do to make sure that we get that guidance out? So if it's an increase in your budget that would allow you to have more opportunities to look those over, please do let us know, because we all want to work in conjunction with you, and we truly appreciate the job you and your team do. So with that, I yield back.
Well, if I may, Mr. Chairman, and likewise, Mr. Vice Chairman, to the extent that that the chair or I can be helpful on these matters, please, you should always feel free to reach out to us. And in fact, we've been having conversations about these pink sheets and the fact that some good number of our colleagues, I suspect, aren't altogether either up to date or even familiar with pink sheets. That's one of the things that we hope to accomplish, is to make sure that there's greater access to the information that comes out of our committee on a timely basis.
Well, thank you, Mr. Deutsch. And this is where I think our committee and your committee needs to work in conjunction with each other, because we can help educate the rest of the members and their staffs on many of the changes and the advice that you're getting through the pink sheet process and through working with us. We don't need to be two silos. And I think that was the message that we got out of our members during that review process. And it's something that we worked on with Chairman Dent, and we would love to see it continue under the leadership of both of you, and we stand willing to work with you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and now recognize Ms. Comstock for 5 minutes. Okay, she'll pass. And now, Mr. Smith, any questions? I want to thank you both for coming, and we want to thank you for this job, because this is one of those things you can't talk about what you're doing. Sometimes the media has no idea what you're doing. Hopefully they don't, because it's supposed to be with, obviously very personal and not to be divulged. But it's an incredible amount of paperwork and hours, and we recognize that job that you're doing. I want to thank you for that. Look forward to working with you. Thank you. The committee now welcomes Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member Scott of the House Committee on Education and the Workforce. Would the official reporter please enter a page break into the hearing record to begin a new section? The House Committee on Education and the Workforce is tasked with oversight of education for students as well as workplaces for working America. Its primary focus is to maintain and create common sense solutions regarding federal education and labor policy. I want to welcome Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member Scott, and at this time the Chair will recognize Chairwoman Fox for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman Harper, Ranking Member Brady, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear with my colleague, Ranking Member Bobby Scott, to testify about our budget request for the 115th Congress. I want to give a special thanks to Diana Ruskowski and Elizabeth Podgorski for their hard work on putting together this budget. They really have done a fantastic job, and I appreciate it so much. I'm going to move as quickly as possible to be brief here. The work of the Committee on Education and the Workforce touches practically every aspect of American life. In that light, we've proposed a fiscally prudent budget that will allow the committee to advance bold legislative and oversight agendas while continuing to serve as trusted stewards of the resources we have been given by the American public. The committee respectfully requests a modest 2.9% budget increase for the 115th Congress. The request will allow the committee to improve access to high-quality education for students and provide Americans safe and productive workplaces, as well as ensure the policies and programs under the committee's jurisdiction are efficient and effective. The committee will help advance a significant number of legislative priorities this Congress, including delivering a stable, patient-centered Obamacare alternative, reauthorizing the Higher Education Act, addressing the needs of at-risk youth and juvenile offenders, reining in the runaway Department of Labor and National Labor Relations Board, protecting small businesses and the men and women they employ from flawed rules and regulations, and strengthening retirement security, to name a few. The committee also will conduct vigorous oversight, ensuring the federal bureaucracy administers laws responsibly and as Congress intended. The committee will work on examining the nearly 24 laws within our jurisdiction with authorizations that have expired or will soon expire. Everything we do will focus on holding the federal government accountable for how it spends taxpayers' hard-earned money. Additionally, committee activities will support and complement a number of relevant priorities of the new administration. To enhance the committee's legislative and oversight efforts, we will pursue a robust schedule of hearings in Washington, D.C., regional field hearings, and relevant site visits to hear directly from affected parties and see firsthand the challenges facing our schools and workplaces. In order to execute the committee's robust legislative and oversight workload, as well as a renewed focus on member services and coalitions outreach, the committee must be properly staffed. In previous years, we have maintained lean staffing levels. However, it is evident that additional staff as well as staff retention are needed to enhance the committee's institutional knowledge and productivity. The American people expect us to ensure that federal policies support and do not undermine their ability to pursue a lifetime of success and prosperity. Personally, my reputation for frugality is well-deserved, which is why we commit to spending each dollar we are allocated efficiently and effectively as we do the work the American people sent us to do. We respectfully ask the committee to take these factors into account as you consider our budget requests. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I appreciate your time, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox. We'll now recognize the ranking member, Mr. Scott, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Harper, Ranking Member Brady, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee with Chairwoman Fox to discuss the budget of the Committee on Education and the Workforce. Let me first thank Chairwoman Fox for her leadership in developing our committee budget and thank her and her staff for working so closely with my staff in this effort. I fully support her request for the 115th Congress, which represents, compared to other budget requests you've heard today, a fiscally prudent, modest 2.9% increase over the last Congress. With this request, I know the committee will be able to carry out its activities, both legislative and oversight, in a robust and efficient manner. Per past practice, 1/3 of the budget would be allocated to the minority, and I appreciate Chairwoman Fox's commitment to continuing this custom and providing the minority with the autonomy over that allocation. This modest increase in our budget will allow the minority to continue its work with high level of expertise and professionalism. I've placed a high priority on ensuring the staff is diverse, highly educated, and credentialed. As the policy and legal workplace continues to be as the policy and legal workplace continues to be highly competitive, it is key that we attract, train, and retain talented staff who are knowledgeable and capable of delving into a wide array of complex issues facing the committee. Although our committee has jurisdiction over many of the most partisan and divisive issues, during the last Congress, we were successful in producing several bipartisan authorizations that became law. Every Student Succeeds Act, the Older Americans Act, and amendments to the Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act. The committee reported and the House passed several higher education bills, career and technical education reform, and juvenile justice reform. And I'm eager to continue the work in a bipartisan manner, as I know the chairwoman is. Our committee has a robust agenda this year as well. We've been active at the full committee level and subcommittee level already, holding hearings on issues within the committee's jurisdiction, and we've been called on floor action as well. In fact, 2 resolutions that are being debated as we speak are within the committee's jurisdiction. As we look ahead, we expect to engage in authorizations in the reauthorizations of the Higher Education Act, Head Start Act, and Child Nutrition Act. And I hope we can finish the work we started on CTE and juvenile justice, as I mentioned earlier. Completing all of these authorizations in Congress is a tall order, but I believe that we can be successful, and your support for this request will assist in that. For the minority, we believe that it is our responsibility to engage in comprehensive oversight for programs within our jurisdiction, such as in the areas of civil rights, federal student aid, worker safety, fair pay, and retirement security. We are committed to carrying out this work in addition to our legislative responsibilities with the resources provided to us by asking our staff to take on more and be as efficient as possible in doing so. So I join Chairwoman Fox in asking the committee to support our request and provide the Committee on Education and Workforce with sufficient funding to do the quality of work the American people deserve and that will help strengthen America's working families. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Now recognize myself for 5 minutes for questions. I just want to thank you both for being here, for the work that the committee does. It is a very complex area that not just anyone can walk in and start working on. So I commend your staff for their knowledge level that they have. And you know, one thing that we're trying to make sure of is that we keep in mind that we are a co-equal branch of government, and we have to function in the way that we need to. And there have been times, it seems, we've turned some of that authority over where we should retain it. So when you look at the lift that you have for the reauthorization of so many things, not just the big ones that you mentioned, but a lot of other ones that have to be authorized for this year or for this Congress, it's going to take a lot. So I know this, and I do understand that Chairwoman Fox is very, and I'm sure you as well, Ranking Member Scott, that this is something that you take the money seriously and you use it wisely, as has been proven by your track record on here. So we'll take a good look at it and see where we are. But at this time, I'll recognize Mr. Brady, the Ranking Member, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've heard your both testimonies. It seems to me you do work well together. I just need to ask for the record, the Ranking Member, the 1/3, 2/3 is in operation. It's working. Appreciate it. Thank you for the job you do for the American people. Thank you.
Anyone else on our side have any questions they care to ask? Seeing none, I just want to thank you for this, and we'll appreciate the information that you've provided. It's detailed enough we can look at. I understand, looking at the travel budget request where you plan to do more work out, that I think really helps take us to where those issues are. And so thank you for your hard work. We'll be back in touch. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Harper. Hey, Paul, how are you?
You figure Smith's in the tank, right?
Hope so. Kind of count on it. Beautiful. I love this committee.
Yeah.
The committee now welcomes Chairman Brady and Ranking Member Neal. Would the official reporter please enter a page break into the hearing record to begin a new section? The House Committee on Ways and Means is tasked with oversight of revenue and related to issues such as tariffs, reciprocal trade agreements, and the bonded debt of the United States. In addition, the revenue-related aspects of the Social Security system, Medicare, and social services programs are under the committee's jurisdiction as well. I want to welcome Chairman Brady and Ranking Member Neal, and the chair now recognizes Chairman Brady for 5 minutes.
Chairman Harper, Ranking Member Brady, members of the committee, I'm here today to present the proposed budget for the Ways and Means Committee for the 115th Congress, and I'm joined by our Ranking Member, Congressman Neal, so thank you for having us. I'd like to start today by offering my congratulations to Chairman Harper for being selected to lead the committee on House Administration. You've done tremendous work. It's great to see you leading this. Your committee serves as an essential role in ensuring the House functions in the efficient, accountable, and transparent manner that the American people deserve. Chairman Harper and Ranking Member Brady, thank you both for your leadership in fulfilling that vital responsibility. As the committee considers our budget request, I ask that you please keep a few important things in mind. First, the vast jurisdiction of the Ways and Means Committee. Secondly, our ambitious agenda for the 115th Congress, which is focused on addressing several major challenges facing our nation. Finally, our strong track record of legislative accomplishment and efficient use of taxpayer resources. In my opinion, the staff of the Ways and Means Committee on both sides of the aisle are among the brightest and hardest working on Capitol Hill. They are tasked with handling an incredibly large workload at an incredibly fast pace. They do it day in and day out with remarkable effectiveness. Our committee's jurisdiction includes tax, international trade, healthcare, Social Security, Medicare, and welfare. We also have a constitutional responsibility to conduct oversight of the administration of our nation's tax laws. In total, our jurisdiction covers more than half of all mandatory spending, all revenues, and the debt limit. The efforts of our committee will be front and center during the 115th Congress as we work with the President and our Senate colleagues to advance a pro-growth agenda that helps Americans from all walks of life. It's essential that our members and staff have the resources needed to do their jobs to the best of their abilities. This is especially true as relates to two critical agenda items, pro-growth tax reform and repealing and replacing the Affordable Care Act. These are historic opportunities, but they're also massive undertakings. We're committed to delivering the results Americans deserve on tax reform and health care, and to do this, we're requesting resources for a handful of additional staff dedicated specifically to these historic efforts. Along with our work on tax and health care, our committee will also be pursuing a pro-growth trade agenda that helps our businesses and our American workers compete and win around the world. Additionally, we'll continue taking actions on solutions to help more families permanently escape poverty. Many of our agenda items for this year and next year will build off the legislative progress and the accomplishments of the last session of Congress, during which our committee was highly productive. Last Congress, we held a combined total of 69 full committee and subcommittee hearings, held 8 organizational meetings and 22 markups, and during these 22 markups, we passed and sent 92 bills to the House floor. The numbers alone are not enough to show the kind of record we have at the committee. Consider how historic some of these bills were. The PATH Act provided American families and job creators with more than $600 billion in permanent tax relief. This bipartisan bill also brought an end to the chaotic, counterproductive, and retroactive tax extenders process. The Trade Facilitation Trade Enforcement Act, also bipartisan, provided our nation with the strongest trade enforcement powers in modern history. And the American Manufacturing Competitive Act, another bipartisan measure, provided critical tariff relief for our manufacturers so they can grow their businesses and create local jobs. These bills, all of which passed with strong bipartisan support, were just 3 of 35 Ways and Means bills became law during the last session of Congress. Finally, it's important to note that all of these legislative successes were achieved
while using our committee's taxpayer-provided resource in the most efficient and effective way possible. One example is how we've continued to modernize the committee's printing process by making more of our publications available electronically but not in print. This has eliminated waste, reduced costs, and helped us make committee publications, which are vast, related to the tax code and other matters, as transparent and accessible to the public as possible. As for the committee Democrat budget, we propose to continue our tradition of allocating 1/3 of the committee's budget and staff to the minority. These resources can be deployed as they see fit, with no interference from the majority. That has long been our practice on the Ways and Means Committee, and we'll continue it during the 115th session of Congress. In closing, I again want to thank you, Chairman Harper, Ranking Member Brady, all the members of the committee for your time and consideration. I do want to mention as well, as we head into health care and tax reform, the critical role of the Joint Committee on Taxation for us to do our job. And I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Chairman Brady. I now recognize Ranking Member Mr. Neal for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Harper and Ranking Member Brady, and to members of the committee. We are in support of the Ways and Means Committee budget submission, which requests a modest increase in our committee allocation. We have consulted as this budget was being developed and had the opportunity for input. As you can see, the largest part of our funding is dedicated to salaries, with the rest going toward telecommunications, publications, water filtration service. Despite seeing a slight increase in our funding levels last year and in the last Congress, we still rely heavily on House-negotiated contracts with publication vendors. The Committee on Ways and Means has been tasked with a broad area of jurisdiction that includes tax, trade, and entitlement reform. While we differ from our Republican colleagues in our Democratic agenda, I believe that Chairman Brady and I can agree that the bulk of the legislation in this body comes from the Committee on Ways and Means. What is apparent by the expenses incurred in the last Congress is that if more cuts are forthcoming, this committee cannot operate without cutting core legislative work. In fact, given the likelihood of both tax and health reform, an increase in the committee's budget commensurate with this increased legislative work would certainly be appreciated. So I'm pleased to report that the Democrats will have full control over 1/3 of the committee's share of budgeting, and I hope that you will consider these facts when you make your determination.
Thank you very much, and we recognize you have some major items on your committee plate for this Congress, and there's a lot that has to be done. And we're also trying to keep in mind that there are co-equal branches of government, and we have given up some of that authority over the years, and we want to make sure that we have and the committees have what they need to function. It's certainly been the Speaker's wish that the committees would do their job, and giving you that opportunity and the means to do that. So we'll look at the request carefully, and I'll now recognize Mr. Brady for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, but the ranking member answered my question about the 1/3, 2/3, and I appreciate that. But one just little side note. Hey, Brady, use your first name, will you? When you were in Philadelphia, it's all I heard was I was meeting with the President Trump. Now, I don't mind meeting with him, but the press were killing me. So will you please use your first name and quit getting me in trouble?
Yes,
Thank
sir.
You,
yes, sir, Mr. Ranking Member, who, by the way, the integrity of the Ranking Member is unquestioned. So when one of my early paychecks went to Mr. Brady's office, it was promptly returned, just so you know. So thank you.
But one other thing now, I said, I'll mail it to your house. He said, no, don't let my wife see it.
Was that off the record, by the way? All right, thank you very much. Now recognize the Vice Chair of the committee, Mr. Davis, for 5 minutes.
Chairman Brady, I don't know if he'd return that check today. No, it's always great to have you in front of us, and I want to commend you because last year you allowed members of other committees to come in and testify and talk about some of the issues that were very important to those of us who don't serve on your committee, and they were issues under your jurisdiction. As we move ahead and we have some major issues in front of us and in front of your committee, is that a process that you're looking at continuing?
Yeah, we love this. So we had member days in both tax and healthcare, tax reform and healthcare. We're going to continue those because, look, our conference has remarkable ideas, and we want to hear them. We want to be able to move those bills through regular order which I love the fact it's been reestablished. We have more accountability, more openness. There's a process for everyone to weigh in. And so, yes, sir, we intend to continue that across our broad jurisdiction.
Well, I appreciate that, and I know a lot of other members on other committees do too. And frankly, I know other committees are looking at following that lead too. So that was something that was very well noticed. You've got a lot of issues in front of you with new legislation and new ideas, and do you think that's going to impact your oversight responsibilities? And if you were to, be able to get any more funding than what you even requested, what would you use it for?
So our request right now is focused on tax and healthcare. Our tax staff is actually smaller than it's been in past years, and so the request there is just to pull it up for this historic responsibility we have in this session. The same with our health staff as well. The rest, we're going to continue oversight. We have very aggressively with the IRS. In fact, the IRS accountability agenda last year was very successful, and I think one of the key parts of that was the bipartisan work that was done with Mr. Lewis and Mr. Roscom on civil asset forfeitures when the IRS seizes the assets of small businesses who are innocent, who did that, one, we think, wrongly, but then because the pressure bipartisan, we forced them to go back many years and start weighing those decisions and actually begin the process of returning that money in a bipartisan way. So we're going to continue our aggressive oversight in all areas.
And you would use any possible extra funding for more oversight?
So I think we're fairly level there. I'll double check April on the oversight. Yep, I think we're good.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else have any questions they'd like to ask? Mr. Smith, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, previous questioner here touched on these issues a little bit, but in terms of tax reform and historical context, can you perhaps give a little more detail to how heavy a lift just the supporting work that will be taking place might be?
So it has been 30 years since America has looked at completely redesigning its tax code. As you'd imagine, it has tripled in size since President Reagan last conducted tax reform. It is incredibly complex. And so while we have worked 5 years as a committee to get to this point, a very intense effort last year, rewriting the text of that, also key to CBO and joint tax, putting these policies forward, the listening we do to make sure that this very bold approach, the mechanics and design and transition are right, it is a stunningly complex and intensive process, and our tax writers spend a good part of each day writing the text, reviewing this major changes, because the tax code, as you know, is just stunningly complex. So yeah, these are, in the healthcare, frankly, is no less of an undertaking. These are two historic reforms happening at exactly the same time.
Obviously, the topics being discussed in the public square these days, regardless of where one might come down on either side or number of sides to a particular issue. Can you perhaps, either one of you or both, reflect a little bit on the committee work that needs to be done regardless of a particular advocacy position?
Well, it does. So a couple thoughts. Look, we may have differences on healthcare in certain areas, but we found some very productive ways to make improvements in Medicare Advantage in a bipartisan way, working together over the last session. I anticipate that to happen going forward as well. Oversight also has found bipartisan ways to work together, also time incentives that you're dealing with the IRS and the tax code there as well. And so in trade, as we engage in new administration, which frankly they want to engage both Republicans and Democrats in this trade agenda. These consultations start this week and next and accelerate. And so we just, and then overall, look, I think we hope there could be bipartisan support is on getting people out of poverty. I mean, really helping people grab that first rung of the economic ladder. That is a big challenge with 80 different programs tied to that. And so our workload from a complexity standpoint, I would say, is as tough as any. I'm absolutely confident we're going to get our job and do our job and deliver on those. But it's going to be, the resources we've asked for, we think are fair but critical.
Thank you, Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith. Thanks for the question. As to the institutional network of the Ways and Means Committee, I think we all share a great sense of pride in having the opportunity to serve there. And I also, as Kevin just mentioned, how difficult it is to do tax reform. Bill Archer, who was a friend of mine, took the gavel in '95 and said that he was going to pull the tax code up by its roots. Yeah. He was going to drive a stake into the heart of the tax code, and we were going to change it fundamentally. Well, here we are in 2017, and there's broad agreement on the committee as to what's wrong. There's less agreement as to the path forward. I think, to reiterate a point that the chairman made a moment ago, was that we found a way forward on the PATH Act. That was a long-standing series of issues that many of us had more than a passing interest in seeing come to a concrete solution, and we did that. But I do think that Bill Archer's words dating back to '95, or Chairman Rostenkowski's words, and just by way of the institutional framework, I went to the committee when Mr. Rostenkowski was the chairman. So it's not as though these issues have just come up. And I frequently point out to people, if they were easy, they would have been done.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Again, thank you, Chairman Brady, Ranking Member Neal, for being here, and we look forward to working through
Great.
this.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank
Ranking
you.
Member.
Thanks, Kevin.
Watch yourself, Davis.
I didn't know we had a plant on the committee.
The committee now welcomes Chairman Schuster and Ranking Member DeFazio. Would the official reporter please enter a page break into the hearing record to begin a new section? The House Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure is tasked with oversight of the Department of Transportation, the U.S. Coast Guard, and the Army Corps of Engineers, among many others. Its primary focuses are matters relating to all modes of transportation, as well as national infrastructure such as water management, economically depressed area development, and federally owned real estate. I want to welcome Chairman Schuster and Ranking Member DeFazio, and the chair now recognizes Chairman Schuster for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's always great to come before your committee, especially when the committee appears to be stacked in our favor, 2 T&I members and, of course, a fellow Pennsylvanian. So I feel pretty good about being here today. We won't mention Nebraska, but unless Penn State has beaten them recently.
But only if that's the case.
Exactly. I'm glad you pointed that out. No, seriously, it's appreciate having the opportunity to be here in front of you. Thank you for what you do and making sure that the House operates in an efficient manner and with the funds necessary to achieve our goals. Our goal in this Congress is to build upon the successes we had in the 114th Congress and be responsible stewards of the public's tax dollars as we work to rebuild or build the 21st century infrastructure. Last Congress, the Transportation Infrastructure Committee passed 56 public laws and concurrent resolutions. We moved 104 bills through the House, held 54 hearings, 12 markups, and 12 committee field hearings and meetings outside the Beltway. We initiated 34 GAO and Inspectors General's oversight reports and audits. Among the laws we passed last Congress were large, complex pieces of legislation, including the Fixing America's Surface Transportation, or the FAST Act, Water Infrastructure Improvement for the Nation Act, the WIN Act, Protecting Our Infrastructure Pipelines, Enhancing Safety, the PIPES Act, and Coast Guard Coast Guard Authorization Act. These bills become law because we were able to build consensus and get things done for the American people. We could not have accomplished that or any of this without the support of the Committee on House Administration, so thank you again very much for that support. Even with all these successes, there's still more work to do. Not only must we oversee the implementation of the laws that we passed last Congress, we also must lay the groundwork for the future. Our population will move towards 400 million people over the next couple of decades, and that infrastructure must be ready to physically continue to unite the people of this country. With your support, the Transportation Infrastructure Committee will be poised to help our nation meet those needs. We must build a 21st century infrastructure for America, which will include reauthorization and reform of the Federal Aviation Administration, a Water Resources Development Act that keeps Congress on a 2-year cycle addressing America's water infrastructure, and an authorization of the Federal Emergency Management Agency and other federal programs to improve disaster response, reforms to the General Service Administration to help save billions of federal dollars, and a bill to authorize the U.S. Coast Guard to ensure it has the resources, vessels, and technology it needs. Finally, we were prepared to roll up our sleeves and work with the new administration and other congressional leaders on an infrastructure package that will reassert America's greatness by ensuring we remain competitive in the global marketplace. In everything we do, the Transportation Infrastructure Committee will continue to ensure the American people's tax dollars are put to good use. To help us achieve our goals, we will request a modest budget increase to ensure we have the necessary oversight and infrastructure specialists. Recognizing the reality of our constrained budgetary climate, Ranking Member and DeFazio have together developed a bipartisan budget that implements this agenda. We have important objectives, but I believe with our dedicated members and with your support, we can meet this. So again, I thank you very much for having the opportunity to be here today, and yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now we'll now recognize Mr. DeFazio, the Ranking Member, for 5 minutes.
Thank the Chair, and thank you for having us here today to discuss our budgetary needs in the coming Congress. I think the Chairman summarized things pretty well, and I'm not going to bore the committee by repeating all of the legislation that we must pass in the coming Congress. But there are several very important large items. Obviously, the Federal Aviation Reauthorization. The Chairman has us on, for the first time that I can remember, we're doing water resources development as the law would require every 2 years. And we have Coast Guard and others coming up. The administration has talked about potential for $1 trillion of investment. Now, not all of that would be under our jurisdiction, but I believe a substantial portion of that would fall under our jurisdiction between the WRDA and Surface Transportation and FAA. So we're anticipating a very busy year, and I think the Chairman and I have worked out that we would have, we've requested 3 additional staff to help with oversight and anticipated additional workload with the administration on a very ambitious infrastructure agenda. So I'm hopeful that the committee can look favorably upon that. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Thank you each for your testimony. There's some incredibly important things that your committee is going to be tasked with for this Congress. We want to make sure that you've got the resources that you need to do that job. We've looked at what your request is. We'll certainly give that careful consideration. One thing I've said to the other chairs and ranking members has been that we have a constitutional role to play as a body, that we have co-equal branches of government. And some of that we seem to have let kind of slip away over the years, and we want to make sure that we do our job, and we do it in the way that we have, and we're dependent upon the committee. The Speaker's made it clear he expects the committees to do their jobs and be equipped to do that. And your challenges that you have are really very many, in how we come up with how we're going to come up with the funding, how we're going to oversee the things that you have in your jurisdiction, and we'll look forward to working through this process with you. At this time, I'll recognize Mr. Brady, the ranking member of the committee, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did hear your how you have cooperation together, but I have to ask the ranking member for the record, is the 1/3, 2/3 working? Is that working out in your committee?
Look upon the 1/3, 2/3 apportionment with much more favor were we in the majority. But
me too, sir.
However, you know, the administrative, you know, travel budget and other things that we split. I mean, they're just a function of the committee. So it's the personnel staffing that is the 1/3, 2/3 is on our committee. And I have a very good staff, and they're adequate to do the job. Not optimal, but adequate, and we can make do with it.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, many years ago when you came in front of us first time as a chairman, I told you you had big shoes to fill. In my opinion, you haven't filled them yet. So tell your dad I said hello, please.
He'll remind me when he sees me of that.
We now recognize Mr. Davis, the Vice Chairman of the committee, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member, it's an honor to serve with you on this committee, and I'm going to do nothing to jeopardize my status on that committee with questions today. But your T&I committee has shown me what a committee can do when you work in a bipartisan way, similar to the House Administration Committee, too. I really appreciate the oversight responsibilities that our committee takes very seriously. And the question I would have, I've asked others here before, is if you were to get access, we had the ability to give you more than what you requested, what would you possibly use it for so that we could understand any more positive impacts the T&I committee can make?
Great question, and I think that our request reflects what my answer to that's going to be is we want to add more oversight staff because it's a big job especially the legislation that we've passed and what we're looking at passing to make sure that and not only the last Congress, but the Congress prior to that, making sure the administration is doing what we intended under the law, making sure the timelines are hit. So it's a huge job for us, and that's what we're spending the bulk of that increased request to put more staff on to have just that function be increased. And to add to that, we've got a new administration that we've got to make sure we're helping to educate them to what we're trying to do, what we have done as we move forward. So it's oversight mainly.
Thank you. Mr. DeFazio?
I would just echo the chairman's remarks. I mean, as you see from our list, we have a very busy legislative agenda. Some of it will be issues of first impression dealing with this administration, which will be a tremendous amount of work. But just reauthorizing the programs that we mentioned keeps the staff very busy. And, you know, essentially, we are trying to ask them both to keep up with a quick and very heavy legislative burden. And in your spare time, we want you to be doing oversight. So having more staff to focus on oversight, I think would be really critical. Particularly, we go back to a number of things we did in the FAST Act that we'd like to oversee. We put in some environmental streamlining. Has it been adopted yet or not? How's it working and implemented? And can it be instructive to, you know, any legislation we might do this year? In surface, we just had the FAA in today, and I would note that some things that we've required of them have not been implemented. Same with PHMSA, Pipeline Hazardous Safety Materials Agency, and then you know, over in Federal Railroad Administration. So we really would very, very heavily utilize some additional investigative staff to see whether the will of Congress is being you know, followed by the current administration, the past administration, mostly at this point, and find out pressure points where we need to push them.
Well, thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. We'll now recognize Mr. Smith for 5 minutes.
Thank you. In the oversight vein, I mean, take an issue like Waters of the U.S. It's in the courts right now. Do you anticipate committee action on that or the need that might be reflected in operations?
The last Congress, we actually passed something. Wasn't complete agreement on the committee, but I think the committee is in agreement that there needs to be a rule. It needs to be clarified how it goes about doing that for debate within the committee. But being that it's in the courts, we're sitting here and while waiting for that to happen, but my view is when the time comes, when it's necessary, when Congress needs to act, we're happy to.
Within a typical workload, you're saying?
Excuse me?
Within a typical workload, then?
Yes.
For the committee?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I want to thank the Chair and Ranking Member for being here with us. Any final comments before we close?
Yes, if I may.
Yes, please.
This is the third time I've been here and the third time I've ended with this. As somebody that has an office now in Rayburn and traveled the halls of Rayburn, I would just encourage the committee that building is a very complicated building to get around. And quite frankly, if you don't know exactly where you are in the Rayburn building, you don't know where the hell you are. So I would encourage, as I've done in the past, simple thing, and I think Bob Brady and Peter DeFazio redoes his own boat, so the three of us could figure out how to stencil on the walls what street side we're on, Independence Avenue, C Street, to give us some point of reference. I think that would not only help members of Congress, especially freshman members of Congress, but the public to be able to tell where the heck they are when they're in the Rayburn building. So I'll continue to beat that drum until you tell me not to come back anymore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I'm able to find my way back to my office in Rayburn, we'll give that proper consideration. So I want to thank all the chairs and ranking members that have appeared today for their testimony, and also thank the committee members for their participation. I now recess the hearing. The committee will reconvene subject to the call of the chair, and we will reconvene at 10:45 a.m. tomorrow morning.